si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa 6 na buwan simula ngayon, maglalabas kami ng 6 na video para turuan kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Mga red flags sa social media account o page ang una nating tututukan. Sa loob ng 2 araw, nakakuha ng 4,000 comments itong Facebook post na naglabas ng aplikasyon para sa may gusto ng perang ayuda mula sa gobyerno. Peke ito, walang opisyal na Facebook page na magkasama ang Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE at Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD. Sabi pa ng DSWD, hindi sila nanghihingi ng personal na impormasyon sa social media. Ginagamit ng mga impostor na account gaya nito ang kredibilidad o kasikatan ng isang tao o institusyon para mas madali tayong maniwala sa impormasyong mali o nakapanliligaw. Minsan, para rin magparami ng likes at makakuha ng personal na impormasyon. Para malaman kung lehitimo ang isang social media account o page, sundin ang mga hakbang na ito. Hanapin ang verified badge sa pangalan ng account. Patunay ito na ang nagpapatakbo ng page o account ay ang tao o institusyon na nakapangalan. Walang blue check ang impostor. Ang tunay na DSWD, mayroon. Pero hindi lahat ng lehitimong account ay may verified badge, gaya nitong sa DOLE. Paano ito ngayon mache-check? Magpunta sa About tab, na kadalasan naglalaman ng deskripsyon ng tao o organisasyon, official website, at contact information na pwedeng tawagan o i-message. Kung wala o kulang-kulang ito, magduda ka na. Sa official website rin madalas makikita ang link sa tunay na social media page. Ang tunay na social media page, tama ang spelling at capitalization. Tingnan din kung may mga dagdag na salita sa pangalan ng account na hindi dapat. Pagdating sa followers, nakadududa rin kung ang isang institusyon o sikat na tao ay iilan lang ang followers. Pero linawin natin, hindi automatic na kapag marami ang followers ng isang account, ay credible ito o dapat agad paniwalaan. Taktika ng panloloko ng mga account ang magpa-like ng kanilang page. Tingnan rin ang page transparency tab sa Facebook para malaman kung kailan ginawa ang isang Facebook page. Kung ito ay bagong gawa, pero nakapangalan sa isang matagal nang naitatag na institusyon, magduda ka na. Dito nyo rin makikita kung nagpalit ito ng pangalan at layunin. Sa Facebook groups, makikita nyo ito sa group history ng About page. Maging mapagmatyag rin sa post mismo ng account o page. Minsan, ang mga litratong ginagamit ay kinuha mula sa ibang organisasyon gaya nito. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, maging mas maingat sa mga post na nakikita sa social media. Maraming nagsasamantala sa pagkakataong ito kung kailan marami sa ating mga kababayan ang naghahanap ng impormasyon. Gamitin ang tutorial na ito para malaman kung lehitimo o hindi ang isang social media account. Samahan niyo kami sa susunod na buwan para alamin kung ano ang mga bagay na pwedeng i-fact check. Abangan yan dito sa Promise. Walang lokohan. Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Noong nakaraang buwan, ipinakita namin kung paano masisigurong lehitimo ang isang social media account. Ngayon, pag-aaralan natin kung ano-ano ang mga pwede nating i-fact check.
Ang dami, no? Pwedeng labels na gano'n, no? Under the auspices of the Hanns Seidel Foundation in partnership with the Pimentel Institute for Leadership and Governance. And of course, with the Media Educators of Mindanao, MEM. That's why it's called the special edition kasi marami pong schools ang magpa-participate. Ngayon, I know na meron na tayong 143, pero it's been going up and up pa rin. But we will start the program. Itong
Excuse me, Ariel.
Yes,
Excuse me, Ariel. Kindly turn on your video.
Yeah,
I wanna see
yeah.
your face.
Oo nga pala.
There you
nakalimutan ko na
are.
naman.
Ayan.
At magpapakilala po ako. My name is Ariel Cervantes Sabilino. I'm the Executive Director and Trustee of the Philippine Press Institute. It's also known as the National Association of Newspapers in the country since 1964. Everything you have to know about the Philippine Press Institute. Ayun, meron tayong interference, Okay, pa-mute lang po muna, but you can actually turn on your cameras or videos. So, as I said, everything you have to know about the Philippine Press Institute, just a Google, just a click away, www.philpressinstitute.net. There's also another website for special focus on pandemic reporting, this www.philpress.epnewscommons.net. So, yun po. Pakita po natin muna ang ating mga mukha para po magkaroon po tayo. What's our opening salvo now? Is for a class picture muna habang kompleto pa tayo. Care? Pakuha tayo. Please turn on your videos or cameras, please.
Okay, sir. Okay po.
Okay. Pero mute lang po natin yung audio natin. Importante yung mga faces natin. Okay. Video, please. Turn on your cameras or videos. Okay. Picture po tayo ngayon. Okay.
Okay po.
Wear those beautiful smiles amidst the raging pandemic.
Okay.
In 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Okay. Isa pa.
Thank you, Care. Also, shout out to our training team, Care, of course, Raj, Priscilla, Atebes, Sheila, and Risa are all here for the Scholastic Outreach Program, which is actually our fourth leg and our second for this month. We already had 2 PUP, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and sa Cavite State University noong February. Itong March po natin, ito po yung dalawang campuses natin or dalawang collaborators natin. In April, there are going to be another 2 and so on and so forth until we reach 10 legs this year or more kung meron pa tayong mga kwang support. The Scholastic Press Outreach Program tackling on voter education, I think, is a special and significant engagement of people with the academic institution or the academics because we're looking at not forthcoming, but the local and national elections in 2022. We want, as PPI, as an organization who wants to contribute to the significant discourse on anything we have to know or anything we have a stake on our elections. For this particular leg or for this particular Scholastic Outreach Program, we're focusing on democracy resilience or ang isang tanong doon, matatag ba yung demokrasya natin? So I don't want to go ahead of the discussion because there are experts who are going to discuss that. Let me just give to you as an opening to officially open our program. I'd like to call our trustee for Luzon. She is also the editor-in-chief of Mindanao Times and our vice president in the institute. Please welcome Amalia Bandiola Cabusao. Hi, Ami. Hello.
Ariel, maybe 1 or 2 minutes more. Parang she's just entering
just entering
the Zoom room. Yeah.
So at this point, we'll call our collaborator in that sense. So she is the president of the Media Educators of Mindanao and chair of the BA Communication of Ateneo de Davao University. Please welcome Dr. Christine Faith M. Avila. Hi, ma'am. Take it away. Hi.
Hi. Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Welcome po. Good afternoon to each and everyone. So it is my pleasure to welcome all who are here today to participate in the Media and Information Literacy towards a Democracy Resilient Society Forum. It is actually a groundbreaking event, no, collaborated by the Philippine Press Institute, the Hanns Seidel Foundation, and the Media Educators of Mindanao. First of all, she's not yet here, but I would like to personally thank Ms. Amalia Cabusao, the editor-in-chief. Ana. Hello, Ma'am Ami. So I'd like to personally thank you, Ma'am Ami. She's the editor-in-chief of Mindanao Times and trustee for PPI. Thank you for this opportunity for MEM. We call ourselves MEM po.
Ma'am.
It's raining MEM. It's raining MEM. To collaborate with the PPI, specifically with Sir Ariel Sabellino, the PPI Executive Director and Trustee. I would also like to welcome our eminent speakers from the various media, academic, and government sectors as they will generously share their knowledge, their expertise, and experiences in the area of media coverage, elections, and democracy resilience. At this juncture, I'm not sure if they're here, but I would like to recognize Attorney Gwendolyn Pimentel, the president of the PILG, Dr. Hemadi Mora, the chairperson of Department of Journalism of PUP, Professor Edmund Tayaw, the executive director of a local government development foundation and a faculty member of the Ateneo School of Government, Mr. James Arthur Simenes, the spokesperson and director for Education and Information Department of COMELEC, Rowena Paraan, head ABS-CBN of Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo, Ms. Marinette Retona, researcher and reporter of Vera Files, Ms. Caroline Argilias, editor-in-chief of Mindanews, and of course, our moderator, Ms. Joyce Bay Pañares, Trustee and News Editor of Manila Standard. Moreover, I would also like to acknowledge the educators and students from the participating member universities and colleges of the Media Educators of Mindanao. So welcome participants from Ateneo de Davao University, University of Mindanao Main Campus, University of Tagum, of Mindanao Tagum Campus, University of Immaculate Conception, University of the Philippines Mindanao, Davao del Norte State College, Corjesu College, Davao Oriental State College of Science and Technology, and the officers and the members of the Media Educators of Mindanao. So, guys, for this afternoon, we have an interesting lineup of talks. When I saw the program, na-excite talaga ako because I'm sure that all these talks will benefit all of these stakeholders that involved in this advocacy. So with a lot of information on democracy, it is, I believe, the duty of both industry practitioners and the academe, the educators, to elucidate this sea of information at the appropriate level to the learners. So democracy stipulates a unique endeavor because its capacity to merge the aspects of behavior, skills, knowledge, and attitudes, as well as questions of politics and power. So I believe that the way the academic community imparts this to our respective universities and colleges would really influence how the society will perceive and grasp the concept of democracy. And one of the avenues that would make this possible are events like this. So thank you so much, Sir Ariel, for this privilege and opportunity to collaborate with you, where we could impart, share, and hopefully make use of the knowledge that we gain at the end of this day. So I'm looking forward that we could be good stewards of this knowledge that at the end of this room. So as Khalil Gibran said, because I'm teaching knowledgement right now, he said that a little knowledge that acts is worth infinitely more than much knowledge that is idle. So once again, welcome to the Media and Information Literacy towards a Democracy Resilient Society Forum. Good afternoon and thank you po sa inyong lahat.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ang galing. Thank you for setting the tone of our program, ma'am. For sure, it's going to be an interesting and provocative as well, provocative discussions until 5 o'clock or 6 in the afternoon today. But let me just give you our trustee for Mindanao and editor-in-chief of Mindanao Times, Ms. Amalia Cabusao. Take the floor.
Hello, Ariel.
Hi.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I was late. I
It's
had
okay,
to
it's
rush,
okay.
no? Yeah,
It's okay.
okay. So, taking off from Tinay. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me welcome you to this event, Media and Information Literacy towards a Democracy Resilient Society, organized by the Philippine Press Institute and supported by the Hanns Seidel Foundation, a dynamic partner of this national organization of newspapers for the past couple of years, represented here by Mr. Gates Haneke. I would also like to welcome Professor Hemedy Mora, the chair of the Journalism Department of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, who will share her research on democracy resilience, the PCIJ, Mindanews, and of course our local partner, Media Educators in Mindanao. And of course, students from various mass communication schools in Davao City, which was mentioned by Ma'am Tinay, and for participating in this event. We hope that this will be just the beginning of our engagement. I am certain that our topic will help us develop better strategic and ethical thinking capabilities as we continue to forge ahead and dance with the change ahead of us. I know this is going to be an exciting and fruitful session with a panel our Executive Director Ariel Sibilina and staff has chosen for this particular event. Again, in behalf of our President and Board of Trustees, I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ami. Oh, ginawa mo ng tisay si Ma'am Pinay, pero bagay pa rin. Bagay pa rin, ano? Kasi tisay lang sa no, pero really.
That's
pero,
right, I'm sorry.
Hats off to you for really coordinating this leg of a special edition. We have...
this is really very exciting for me.
We have various schools and universities in attendance today at mahirap pantayan yung ganitong klaseng engagement, but thanks to Media Educators of Mindanao, maraming salamat po, and thank you, Ami, for extending further the program, our program today. At this point, again, let me thank the Pimentel Institute for Leadership and Governance for partnering with us, and we have a video message from the President of PILG, of course. Hindi na natin kailangang induce pa ng napakahaba, but she is Attorney Gwendolyn Pimentel Gana, of course, the anak po ni the late Senator Pimentel. Okay, video in for a message.
Good day, everyone. On behalf of the organizers of this forum, I would like to welcome all our participants, guests, and panel of experts in the various areas of specialization. The subject of our forum today is both critical and timely. Critical because in this era of information technology, the citizens have been bombarded with a deluge of information that is both good and bad, true and fake in multiple media platforms. There is a need to discuss how the stream of information in unfiltered formats should be accessed, processed, and evaluated by the people, especially the young, so that they will be armed with the proper tools in making informed and intelligent decisions. The subject is also timely because in a year or so from now, our nation will once again choose its next set of political leaders. The time is now to seriously develop a cohesive strategy to make the voters equipped and educated on the proper way to consume information that will enable them to wisely choose their leaders. As another national election cycle approaches, we expect various media platforms to be drenched in a flood of propaganda, political messages, advertisements, and agenda-driven press releases. That is why media and information literacy is crucial, because this set of skills will empower the people to make informed choices. Democracy thrives when people engage in a free flow and exchange of information that yield to a well-informed society. With media literacy skills, the people will have the power to think through and decipher which ones will truly enable them to make sound choices. Today, we look forward to our panel of speakers and our guests to deepen our understanding and appreciation of the importance of media and information literacy in strengthening our democracy. Once again, welcome to this forum as we journey towards a common goal of empowering our people through the proper access, processing, and consumption of information in today's media landscape. Maraming salamat po, good day, and God bless us all.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Gan, also PILG, to Clarice Aquino as well, who was also coordinating with the other schools for our Scholastic Outreach Program. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Before we proceed to our sessions, let me just remind you that we are on Facebook live streaming. You can actually share the link. We submitted it to Dr. Tinay. And also, please don't forget to like the Facebook pages of PPI and also of Hanns Seidel Foundation para po mas makita nyo yung mga announcements for our future endeavors or our activities that you can participate in the future. Maraming salamat po ulit sa Hanns Seidel Foundation. At this point, I'd like to introduce to you our moderator for this afternoon sessions. Please welcome the news editor of Manila Standard, a journalism educator and journalism lecturer. Please welcome Joyce Pañares. Hi, Joyce.
Hi, Ariel.
Parang hindi tayo nagkita kahapon, ano?
Oo nga, parang hindi tayo magkasama nung matagal kahapon.
Back to back ito eh. Okay, take it away, Joyce. Thank you so much.
Maayong adto sa ating tanan.
Maayong hapon.
Oo, ang pamilya ko po ay taga Iligan. Kaya medyo nakakaintindi pa ng konti ng Bisaya kahit pa paano. Katulad po ng nasabi ni Attorney Pimentel Gana kanina, napapanahon, diba? Very timely ang ating discussion today because, we are in the middle of a raging pandemic and it's less than a year before the 2022 national and local elections. And studies have shown that threats to democracy, including disinformation, traditionally peak during an election period and during a crisis. So to start off our discussion, for our first session this afternoon, we will have Dr. Hema D. Mora, the Dean of the PUP College of Communication and concurrent chairperson of the PUP Department of Journalism, to discuss democracy resilience. Dr. Mora?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Joyce. Good afternoon also kay Ariel. Dumadala
Good
sa
afternoon.
bonding. Oo, so kahapon magkakasama din tayo. And we are so glad na maraming mga students ang very active in participating sa outreach na ito. Congratulations PPI. 'Di ba? Sa mga endeavor na ito, and even sa April meron pa, Ariel, right? Okay, so we hope that we are helping much, especially when it comes to voting literacy din, voters education. Okay, so I'd like to welcome everyone from the various schools in Mindanao. The mere fact that you are here and you've chosen to participate in this worthy endeavor is already, parang napakalaking bagay na nito para sa inyo, because walang ibang magbe-benefit dito kundi kayo din at tayong lahat din. Okay, so I'd like to begin my discussion with the variables that are very important to our itong forum natin. So I'd like to share my my PowerPoint.
Mag-ready ka din mamaya, baka hindi naman gumalaw yung ano mo. Hindi naman buksan yung PowerPoint mo at the middle.
Be ready, ha?
Ready ka na, Kier. Thank you.
Thank you. So today we're going to discuss about democracy resilience, media literacy, and meron pang isang very important variable which we call civic engagement. Of course, why do we need to discuss civic engagement? Because voting is a form of civic engagement. Anything that you do for your society, any activity for development, for the development of the nation, of your community, is actually a form of civic engagement. At ang bawat kabataan ay hinihimok namin na maging active when it comes to civic engagement. But of course, in order to participate in the civic engagement activities, kailangan din MIL ka, di ba? Media and Information Literate. Kasi MIL empowers you to become active and intelligent when it comes to your civic engagement. And also, ano naman ang kaugnayan ng democracy resilience? Actually, ito ay kawing-kawing, we cannot separate one from the other. And this is what we are about to discuss as an introduction. Okay, so we talk about democratic stability and resilience, and the challenges that we are facing when it comes to democracy during the pandemic. Meron bang challenges? Proven na yan. Alam na natin yan at na-experience natin lahat yan. Why? Because our individual liberties are being limited these days. And meron bang lisensya para malimitahan ang ating mga kalayaan? Well, the number one reason is safety, national security, and we know about this. Kaya nga, when we discuss about freedom in a democratic nation, we all know that there is no such thing as absolute freedom. Diba? So, wala namang ganon. But then again, kino-consider natin ang mga limitations na ito dahil alam natin na kailangan maging safe ang bawat isa sa atin din. So, we have experienced impositions of unprecedented restrictions in the democratic sphere, not only in the Philippines, but in other countries as well, such as, hanggang ngayon nararanasan natin, di ba, lagpas isang taon na, freedom of movement, travel restrictions. Like, as of this time, ang NCR ay nasa isang bubble daw. Diba? So, hirap na hirap makalabas ngayon, lalo na Holy Week, diba? But it's very hard to travel outside NCR because there are so many requirements. Dahil nga nakapaloob sa isang bubble ang NCR because of the rising cases of C19 infections. And then, we have also experienced yung ating limitations when it comes to yung privacy natin, privacy of yung information natin, di ba? Because of the contact tracing. So wherever we go, up to now, hinihingi yung mga sensitive information natin, even yung mga mobile numbers natin, addresses natin na ayaw nating binibigay. But we have no choice because of this contact tracing requirements. I just wish na talagang maging effective sana at centralized. Kasi minsan sa dami ng contact tracing pero hindi naman centralized, hindi rin nagiging ganoon ka-effective. We hope na may mga sektor na makatulong para maging centralized ito at talagang mapakinabangan ng lipunan natin itong contact tracing requirements na ito. And then, of course, yung military intervention, di ba? So, mga checkpoints. Magugulat ka na lang dahil sa mga checkpoints, may mga sundalo, may mga pulis, and then inhibited ka na pumunta rito. Minsan, ayan na lang, napakalapit na lang ng pupuntahan mo, paiikutin ka pa when you're traveling dahil sarado yung area na yon. And then titignan yung iyong sasakyan, i-inspeksyonin yung loob, iisa-isahin kayo. These are, napakalaking hassle. Pero wala tayong choice, sumusunod tayo dahil ito daw ay para sa kapakanan natin. Okay, so all of this are being experienced by democratic nations, not only the Philippines. But then again, this leads us to the question na napakahalaga. Kung ikaw ay nasa gitna ng pandemic, pipiliin mo pa rin ba na ikaw ay nasa isang bansang demokratiko? Okay, my answer to that is a big yes. Diba? Kasi when you are not in a democratic nation, hindi mo alam kung yung mga natatanggap mong impormasyon ay totoo ba talaga o ito ay galing lang sa pamahalaan para paniwalain ka that all is well. You do not really know because there is no accountability in a non-democratic nation, especially kung talagang kontrolado lahat ng pamunuan ang bansa, no? So, in a democratic regime, ayan, merong tinatawag na government functions with transparency dahil ito ay obligasyon niya. Okay, so we want our government to be transparent and as much as possible, alam natin ang totoong kalalagayan natin. And we are glad that day to day, we are being updated kung ano na ang ilan na ang kaso ng, it's really very alarming, okay, by the way. Pero ang mahalaga, alam natin na ito na ang sitwasyon natin. And then, in a democratic nation, we are glad that the government can be criticized for concealing information dahil may karapatan pa rin ng mga tao na malaman kung ano ang totoong sitwasyon. Okay, another is that in a democratic regime, there is an additional layer of protection, a layer of protection for the public para naman masigurado na yung mga binoto natin na mga official, panatawanan nila yung mga ipinangako nila sa atin. Kasi ang hirap, di ba, kapag tumatakbo sila for offices, kulang na lang ipangako nila ang buwan at bituin, ang gaganda ng mga salita nila, ang gaganda ng mga pangako nila. Pero pag naupo na sila, ito ang malaking tanong, may karapatan ba tayong singilin sila sa mga pangako nila? The answer is a big yes again. Meron, dahil tayo ang pinangakuan. So we can hold them accountable to their promises. At yan ay, yan ay responsibilidad din nating mamamayan. Hindi pwedeng tatahimik lang tayo na nakikita natin na ang isang politiko na nangako ng napakadaming bagay ay hindi naman ginagawa. And ang masama pa sa ibang mga sitwasyon, nangyayari naman talaga. Opposite pa yung nangyayari, opposite pa yung ginagawa, opposite to what he or she promised. So we have the right to, make them accountable to what they have promised to us. Now, ano ba ang nangyayari sa ibang mga bansa na non-democratic countries? Okay, kapag inisa-isa ko, di ba, ito lang sa mga karatig bansa natin, ang daming mga kaso na ganito. Pag inisa-isa ko yan, siguro hindi kakasya yung oras na ibinigay sa akin ng PPI para isa-isahin. Di ba? This is researchable in the net. Now, in some non-democratic countries, restrictions were used to serve as cover to act against the opponents of the regime. Self-preservation scheme, diba? And then, dinidisperse nila lahat ng protest para walang kumontra. And then, it attempts to weaken elements of the opposition, which is not good at all. Kasi, ang nangyayari dyan talagang kinokontrol na lahat at nagiging hungrier for power yung mga nandoon na. Now, in countries with stable democratic tradition and effective oversight of the regime, such practices have not been allowed or permitted. Which means to say na mas malusog daw ang demokrasya, mas stable ang demokrasya, yung ganyang mga practices ay hindi evident, hindi makikita. Pero kapag hindi na siya malusog, ibig sabihin medyo humihina, makakakita ka na ng mga ganito. Makakakita ka na ng oppression, makakakita ka na ng pananamantala, makakakita ka na rin ng pang-aabuso sa kapangyarihan. That's one indication of, a sick democracy. May sakit na ang demokrasya natin kapag may mga ganyan. And we are hoping na kahit nasa gitna tayo ng pandemic, mapanatili nating malusog ang demokrasya natin. At mangyayari lang yan kung tayo mismo na mga constituents, even you as students, would play your role, would act your role. You would be responsible sa pagbabantay ng democracy na meron tayo sa ating bansa. Okay, so now, talk about democracy resilience. Ito ay nakapaloob din sa aking research. So these are very important variables that we need to understand. So I need to define them. Ang democracy resilience or democratic resilience is directly connected to societal resilience. So what is societal resilience? It expresses the capacity of a system, yung sistema, for example, ng Pilipinas, to respond flexibly to a severe disruption or disaster. Actually, hindi na nga severe disruption yung nararanasan natin dahil lagpas 1 taon na tayo. But still, in accordance with its magnitude and severity of its consequences, in order to contain the damage and the inevitable decline of the system's functionality. Okay, so na-maintain pa rin naman natin, 'di ba? So yung pamamahala sa atin, I believe it's still under control. Yun nga lang, nahihirapan ang bawat isa sa atin, bawat sectors ng society. Now, and also its ability to bounce back rapidly to its normal entity, structure, and conduct. Sabi nila, mahihirapan daw tayong makabalik when it comes to economy. Kasi sobrang naapektuhan ng economy natin. The state of our economy is included in societal resilience. Kasama rin yan. But we are hoping na makabawi pa rin tayo kapag nalagpasan natin ang pagsubok na ito. Now, how is democracy resilience connected or related to societal resilience? Democracy resilience evolves from the concept of societal resilience and seeks to examine the conditions under which democracy can properly deal with disruption or disaster. So, to simplify it, kaya ba nating i-preserve ang ating demokrasya sa gitna ng pandemya? Kaya ba nating maging malaya pa rin? Masustain natin ang ating mga freedom? Although ito ay nalilimitahan, guaranteed by our Constitution sa gitna ng pandemya, sa gitna ng disruption or disaster na ito na nararanasan natin. So that is what we call democracy or democratic resilience. Now, sabi nga a democracy qualifies as resilient if its attributes of recovery, flexibility, adaptation, and innovation are capable of addressing complex challenges and weathering and responding to the crises that affect its survival or durability and yung overall quality and performance ng democracy natin. Now, tayo mismo, kapag tinanong ko kayo about this, gauge the attribute of recovery ng ating democracy, yung attribute of flexibility, attribute of adaptation, attribute of innovation. I'm sure marami kayong pwedeng isagot dyan. It would be very interesting if you measure this. It would also be very interesting if I ask you to give your comments and opinion about this. So, they're all very important. Now, eto kahapon, nagpa-poll ako. Gusto ko uling magpa-poll. Diba? The very important question nowadays is, how resilient is the Philippine democracy in the present crisis? Okay, so anong attributes? Babalikan ko ito kasasabi ko lang, yung in terms of recovery, in terms of flexibility, in terms of adaptation, and in terms of innovation. Diba? So, medyo kabuo ang sagot natin. Ano ang grade mo sa demokrasya ng Pilipinas? So, again, I'm requesting Ariel and the PPI team, pwede ba tayong magpo-poll uli?
Yeah, we're going to flash it on screen now. Yes, that's the one there.
Yeah, so in a scale of 1 to 5, yung 5 natin ang pinakamataas ang grade. How would you grade our democracy now? So some of you will be asking, teka, paano ko gigrade ng democracy? According to the attributes that I have mentioned.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so I hope this is very clear to you.
Okay,
so
let's give them a minute siguro, Joyce, Dr. Mora, to do the poll now. Yeah. Ilan lahat sila?
Can proceed with her.
Okay, sige. Okay.
And then we will flash na lang the result after maybe 5 minutes, ma'am. That's enough time for people to...
Great.
Very generous amount of time.
Yeah, great.
So while we are waiting for the results, and I'm excited, we are all excited. Ano kaya ang magiging result? Kapareho din kaya nung kahapon? Or iba naman? Diba? So Luzon leg yung kahapon, Sir Ariel? This time, this is the Mindanao leg. Tignan natin kung may pagkakapareho ba o magkakaiba ang sagot nila. So we will discuss your answers later. In the meantime, let me move on. At dahil hindi maka-move on, eto na naman siya, Sir Ariel. I will be asking for Kier to assist me again dahil I'm pressing the...
Okay, ma'am. Wait po.
Oo, hindi ko malamang dahilan Baka ito ay, alam nyo, yung technology glitch. I still don't get it. Okay, let me proceed now to my next slide while we are allowing our students and faculty perhaps, I'm sure may mga faculty din dyan from the academe to answer. Yan, so let's move on to the next slide here. Yeah, okay, so kanina I have mentioned about civic engagement. Yes, so I hope that we are all active when it comes to civic engagement. Kahit na naka-lockdown tayo. Yes, kasi a lot of people would ask, paano naman ako magiging active when it comes to civic engagement? Ayaw nga akong palabasin ng bahay. Nila-lockdown ako. It is possible kasi nowadays we have the internet, we have our Wi-Fi already, and technology makes it possible for us to play an active role in civic engagement, even virtually. Yes, so let me define civic engagement again to you. No? It means making a difference in our communities and developing a combination of knowledge. Your MIL skills play a major role. Ano? Your values, your motivation that are needed to enact changes. In fact, itong pakikibahagi ninyo sa outreach na ito is already a form of civic engagement. You are trying to equip yourselves. So it includes formal and informal activities such as ikaw ba ay nagvo-volunteer para sa bayan mo? During storms and typhoons, ilan sa inyo ang nag-volunteer na tumulong sa mga nasalanta? I'm sure marami. That is a form of civic engagement. Now, when it comes to voting, so uma-attend ka ng ganitong mga forum and outreach para matuto ka, para ma-equip ka, para maging educated ka when it comes to voting. And then after this, ibabahagi mo naman sa pamilya mo, sa kaibigan mo yung natutunan mo dito. That in itself is already civic engagement. Even, yung simple community gardening, diba? Yung sustainable methods, inaaral natin ngayon. Dahil naka-lockdown ka, nagtatanim ka ng gulay sa bakuran mo. That itself is civic engagement. Completing the census, coaching a community sports team, whatsoever, writing to an elected official, researching ballot initiatives for the election, and even I'm sure marami sa inyo dito are already playing the part of citizen journalism. Kayo ay mga citizen journalists. Nagpo-post kayo ng mga balita ninyo. Yung mga nasasagat ninyong balita sa paligid ninyo ay pinopost ninyo sa inyong Facebook page or Facebook group or your Facebook account. So that itself is already a form of civic engagement. And we hope that our young people would be more active nowadays, lalo na palapit na ang eleksyon. Okay, next slide please, Kier. Okay, so pupunta na tayo sa media literacy because I'm sure most of you here are students of MIL, if I'm not mistaken, or related subjects, communication and society, media literacy, maaaring yung iba political journalism, I do not know, but some of you here may not just be communication students. Some of you here may be political science students, sociology majors, maaaring yung iba senior high school. Kasi we have MIL in senior high school, right? So, but whatever your specialization is, I'm sure na napakahalaga nitong mga discussions na ito sa iyo. So, media literacy, proven na ito, no? So, actually, this is a part of my RRL. It is an empowering means to address the threats to democracy. So, napakahalaga na media information literate ka. Kasi kung hindi ka media information literate, hindi ka empowered. Minsan, parang counterproductive pa yung mga actions mo, lalo na sa paggamit mo ng social media. Actually, the way a person uses his or her social media account would tell you kung siya ay media and information literate. Sabi nga, di ba, what you post is what you are. Now, in developing an empowered population that can identify and avoid misinformation, yes, as well as unjust attempts to invalidate legitimate sources on its own terms, is not only the most effective solution available, it is also the most democratic way to restore trust in media, among fellow citizens, and other institutions. So, media literacy empowers you and me to make informed choices about what information is worthy of our trust. Kaya ganun siya kahalaga. Instead of leaving these decisions to the government or any entity, ikaw mismo, you are playing your role and you are responsible enough. Okay, so delikado kapag hindi ka MIL kasi kung hindi ka media literate, ikaw ay gullible. Madali kang masway, madali kang malinlang, and madali ka ring maniwala sa mga bagay na maaaring ito ay manipulated, diba? Information manipulation. So, usong-uso na nga ngayon ang misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And I'm sure you know what these terms mean. Okay, next tayo, Kier. Kier, next slide. Yeah. Okay, I'm also sure na alam niyo na kung ano ang definition ng media literacy. So according to Kibore and Lumona, it's a 2017 study, napakahalagang factor ng media literacy in promoting democracy. Diba? So you and I play a major role not only in educating ourselves, but in educating our families, in educating our friends, in educating our neighborhood. Tulungan natin. Lalo na yung makikita natin na nag-spread pa ng mga fake news, di ba? Or we don't call it fake news. It's supposed to be false news. Di ba? So, minsan yung mga spreaders, hindi nila alam that they are doing such. So, we need to teach them, we need to educate them in a proper way na hindi naman offensive din sa kanila. Now, media literate people, they know and understand that in a democracy, freedom of expression is guaranteed by the Constitution. May karapatan tayo at may kalayaan tayo. Kaya lang, halimbawa, nasa social media ka. How do you deal with bots and trolls? Nako, minsan, nagpapahayag ka lang ng opinion mo sa social media, kukuyugin ka ng mga trolls, di ba? I'm sure most of you have experienced this. So, what do you do? How do you respond? Ito ay bahagi ng pagiging media and information literate. And we also know that in a democracy, the fourth estate, which of course we know as the media, delivers messages at hindi dapat sila ino-oppress, hindi dapat sila pinipigilan, hindi dapat sila ini-intimidate by concerned authorities. Isa yan sa mga indicator na healthy ang democracy natin. Pero kung nasa isang bansa ka na ang mga media man ay binabastos, ino-oppress at ini-intimidate, mukhang something is wrong. Something is gravely wrong. Why? Walang ginagawang masama ang mga media practitioners natin. They are just doing their job. They are playing their watchdog function. And that watchdog function is, being called for in a democratic society. Kapag tinanggal mo yan, mawawala ang essence ng democracy. Kasi it balances everything. Sabi nga, di ba, fiscalizer ang media natin. And binabalance niya ang forces at work sa isang demokratikong bansa. Okay, let's proceed to the next slide, please. Here. Now, media literacy enhances democracy strategically. How? From passive, tayo ay nagiging active. From being mere recipients, tayo ay nagiging participants. From mere consumers, tayo ay nagiging citizen journalists. Tayo ay nagiging content producers. Yes, you should know and you should realize na sa panahon ngayon, hindi lang media ang content producer. Ikaw at ako ay content producer na din. Bakit? Pag ikaw ay nag-post ng picture mo or any picture of an event, any form of content, whether this be an infographic, a photo, or text, lahat yan ay content. And you already are a content producer kapag yung mga elements na yan ay galing sa iyo mismo at pinost mo sa social media account mo. Okay, so we make sure na hindi tayo basta-basta post ng kung ano-ano. We have to be responsible content producers. And that is MIL. Diba? That requires MIL. Challenges posed by the needs for mass surveillance, economic crisis, and eto na nga, yung second wave nararanasan na natin sa Pilipinas on the COVID-19 pandemic suggests that the resilience of democratic nations should not and cannot be taken for granted. Kasi sa panahon ngayon, totoo, marami ang nananamantala. So, anong role naman natin? Kung naman nating payagan na tayo ay samantalahin. Babantayan natin ang demokrasya natin. Okay, next slide please. Here, next slide. Okay, so pupunta na ako sa results ng research that I conducted. Now, I decided to conduct this research because I believe that ito na yung isang significant contribution ko para naman sa demokrasya ng aking bansa. So, nag-organize kami ng isang team to finish this study, and we were able to finish it. So I would like to share the findings with you. Now, this study made use of the triangulation method and yung combination ng qualitative and quantitative. I will no longer be discussing the quantitative findings kasi yung quantitative already validates the qualitative. Kaya kami gumamit ng mixed method for validation. And based on the results of our research, talagang dinalidate ni quantitative ang result ng aming qualitative. So I would like to present to you the findings. Now, these are the findings of our focus group discussion. Ang mga participants namin ay mga civic journalists from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And ano ang perspectives ng aming mga key informants? I would like to share them with you. On democracy resilience, first and foremost, that the pandemic is being used by people in power to control the public and the 2022 election. Mararamdaman natin yan dahil nagsimula na. Diba? So we are flooded by so many propaganda nowadays. In the mainstream media, in the internet, ayan na, meron ng surge. Hindi lang pala COVID-19 virus ang talaga nagpo-proliferate ngayon, kundi propaganda itself is everywhere. At napakadaming mga perpetrators ngayon. Number 2, that democracy's biggest issue, ano daw ang biggest issue, is manipulation of public information. So, sino ang nagmamanipulate? Usually, they are the ones na may mga agenda, political agenda. So we better be careful. And we better be intelligent enough in discerning manipulation. Now, media are restricted, this is the third, and threatened. Most have expressed fear and frustration. Ito ay first-hand experience ng ating mga journalists at hindi pwedeng pasinungalingan. So, they themselves are saying that they have experienced restrictions, that they were threatened, that they experienced fear and frustration. Diba? So, napakalalim nito eh. Ang sarap ipakita sa inyo yung detalye ng mga sinabi nila. But again, I don't have the luxury of time, but I'm inviting you kapag pinresent ko yung mga details nito. Kasi I will have a presentation of the research findings in full detail this coming April 7. Okay, next please. Here. Next slide. Yes. So the fourth, that media's role as watchdog is crucial with propaganda spreading in social media. At alam naman natin yan. Dahil if the media will not play its watchdog function, paano na yung propaganda spreading? And you know, in our quantitative results, lumabas doon na the people are very, uncertain. Hindi nila alam kung ano ang propaganda at hindi. Ito ang tinutukoy natin dito ay yung masa, sa level ng masa. Lalo na yung mga nasa laylayan. They could not even distinguish between truth and propaganda. So we need to do something about it. And the media plays a major role in that. Number 5, public trust in media and government is affected with various dichotomous contents in social media. Kaya kailangan talaga ng MIL din. Number 6, that the public needs to be more critical with the media restricted. Yes, di ba? Ang media ngayon ay restricted na din. Hindi lang tayong mga pangkaraniwang citizens. And the government's manipulation of information. Yes, like hindi pinapaalam sa atin lahat. Kulang ang impormasyon. Why? Kasi, the government has this notion na baka magkagulo. May mga ganon. So, papaano naman tayo niyan? It's very crucial for us. Number 7, media and the public should be vigilant of human rights violation. I believe, hindi ko na kailangang, I need not go into full detail. Dahil kung ang bawat isa sa atin ay monitor natin ang mga kaganapan, nanonood ka ng balita, alam mo kung anong ibig sabihin nito. At alam mo ang mga tinutukoy ng mga human rights violation na nagaganap sa bansa natin. Number 8, democracy resilience is continuing to speak against abuses in power, human rights violation, and curtailing propaganda and fake news. So, indicator ito ng democracy resilience, di ba? Ibig sabihin, kung gusto mo na maging resilient ang demokrasya, dapat nakokontrol itong mga bagay na ito. Okay? And this is according to the perspectives of our journalists from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Okay, next please. Next slide, please. On media literacy tayo. What are the research findings? Now, media literacy has to be an institutional advocacy, not just a personal advocacy. I'm very thankful to PPI na ginawa nila itong institutional advocacy nila. That is why we have this kind of outreach. So kung hindi lang siya personal advocacy, meron sasabayan magiging very strong, di ba? At ang bawat isa sa atin ay makakatulong para ang ating bansa, ang mga constituents ng Pilipinas, lalo na yung mga nasa level ng masa. Kapag ang bawat isa ay naging MIL, ang laki ng pwedeng maging impact nito sa ating democracy. Makakatulong ng malaki. Number 2, media literacy is crucial in fighting propaganda and fake news. Proven and tested already. Number 3, the popularity of social media, Facebook, is most especially, has contributed in the problem of propaganda and fake news. Okay, not the social media per se, but it's just that it has become a platform. It has become an avenue. Naging avenue siya for propaganda and for false news, for misinformation, for disinformation, and for malinformation. Kaya nga, hindi naman natin tatanggalin ang social media. It's just that we have to know how to properly use them. Next is the popularity, I'm in number 4, no? Importance of context, research, facts, and sense-making in journalism should be observed by other content producers in social media. Sino yung other content producers na yan? That includes you and me. That includes the man in the street. That includes vendors. That includes the people in the masses. Everyone. Diba? So, napakahalaga na ang bawat isa ay gampanan ang role for this advocacy. Next, please. Next slide. Here, next slide. Yes. There is a need to collaborate with various sectors, the media, the academe. That's what we're doing now. Collaboration ito ng media and academe. And then the NGOs in their fight against disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. Number 6, media's job has become more difficult in dealing with propaganda and disinformation. Yes, naging more difficult kasi nagiging kakumpetensya na ng media ngayon yung mga perpetrators ng mga false news na yan and false information. Number 7, opposing views are needed in discernment and decision making. Yes, kasi yung opposing views, that leads you to analyze, that leads you to research on your own, that leads you to do your part para alamin kung anong katotohanan. Number 8, owners of social media sites should be responsible and accountable to the proliferation of false news. Okay, next please. Yung mga owners, di ba? If you have a website of your own, you have to be responsible also. Now, on democracy resilience and media literacy. Okay, dalawang variables yung inaral dito, no? So, the public needs to be able to filter information and that the media should help the public in carrying this out. So, magkatulong ang public at ang media para i-filter ang information. Why? Kasi nga, we are experiencing this infodemic, hindi lang pandemic, but infodemic. Pag nagbukas ka ng screen mo, you are bombarded with much information na hindi mo na alam kung alin dyan yung totoo, alin dyan yung hindi totoo. So, paano mo i-deal sa sarili mo itong experience mo ng infodemic? Be media and information literate. Yun ang solusyon. Now, media, the second one, media even with restricted information and limited mobility cannot be silenced. I'm thankful for this. I thank God na matatapang at magigiting pa rin ang ating mga media practitioners. They will speak the truth kahit na nalalagay sila sa alanganin. What am I saying here? Yes, nowadays, yung maging media practitioner ka and to stand for truth, your life can be threatened. At kanina nga, sinabi ng ating mga journalists na nakaka-experience sila ng mga threats. So, salamat sa mga media practitioners natin for standing up to the truth and for being strong enough para paglingkuran ang ating bansa at patuloy na ipahayag kung ano ang katotohanan at kung ano ang kailangang malaman ng mga Pilipino. Number 3, red tagging. May naka-experience ba niyan sa inyo? Red tagging, freedom of the press, and of free speech and expression, propaganda, and false news are strong issues in democracy resilience. Yes, so these are very, very important and significant issues kung ang pag-uusapan natin ay democracy resilience. Next slide, please, and I think this would be my last slide. Here. Okay. This is yun na, no? So yun na yung kabuuan ng qualitative. Ito naman yung quantitative components namin. So siguro hindi ko na masyadong i-discuss, pero in passing lang here, pakita natin yung results. Just in passing.
Dr. Mara,
Yes?
I have to very quickly dun sa poll natin kanina that you have asked, and maybe you'd like to shed some insight as to why ganito yung naging resulta ng poll natin.
Oh yes.
So we asked our participants to grade our democracy, 5 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. Again, if James Simenes is here with us, maiinggit ang COMELEC sa resulta ng ating poll. We have a 97% voting outcome.
Can you flash it, Joyce? Can you flash para makita ng lahat?
Teka po. I will try to care. Baka mas ikaw ang mas kayang mag-flash nung result kanina.
Yeah. How about Kier? Kier, can you flash the result of the poll?
I-stop ko lang po yung current.
Itong screenshot na lang i-share ko. Wait lang, ha? Kita po ba?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. So, katulad, quite similar to the result yesterday.
Yeah.
Grade of 3 po yung pinakamataas at 54%. 161 participants said they're giving a grade of 3. 22 of our participants gave the highest grade of 5. Mas marami yung nagbigay ng grade of 4 today compared to yesterday, 86 participants. Around the same percentage yung nagbigay ng grade of 1, 2% or 5 of our participants. And 29 of our participants or 10% gave our democracy a grade of 2.
Okay, Joyce, hindi nagkakalayo. Parang pareho din kahapon, ano?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so merong similarity ang mga responses ng ating mga participants. And as I was saying yesterday, bakit ganito yung result, ano? So pinakamadami yung 3. As I told Ariel kahapon, kasi nga nasa gitna tayo ng laban eh. This is an indication of uncertainty. So parang inaabangan pa natin ano pa ang mangyayari. So may uncertainty because it's number 3. Ayan. So how about you, Joyce? Ano sa palagay mo? Ano ang insight mo on the results?
Well, baka nga ganun po, in the middle of a pandemic, we're all like anxious about how things will pan out. Maybe that affects our perception on how vibrant our democracy is right now. Saka ang tingin ko rin kasi, on the other hand, Filipinos are also very resilient. Minsan mas resilient pa tayo sa democracy. Minsan niloloko na tayo ng politiko, okay pa rin sa atin. Diba? We have quite a short memory also eh. So baka factors din po yun.
Yeah. So it's very, very good to have a discussion on this. Masarap isali sa discussion ng mga estudyante dito. Kaya lang, we don't have the time to do that, 'di ba? Pero I'm sure among yourselves, when you go back to your classrooms, kayo mismo, i-discuss ninyo bakit ganito ang result at ano ang mga insights ng bawat isa. Okay, so Joyce, with that, I would like to, I would like to close and conclude that, again, media information literacy, civic engagement, and democracy resilience are variables that are interconnected. We cannot separate one from the other, lalo na kung ang pag-uusapan natin ay voting literacy or voters education, napapalapit na ngayong 2022. So thank you very much for participating and listening, and if you have questions, we will answer that during the Q&A. Okay, back to you, Joyce.
Thank you, Dr. Mara. Such an interesting study also, no? Ma'am, maybe you'd like to invite everyone to naabangan yung launch nung study ninyo po?
Yeah, we will. I together with my team of researchers will be discussing in full detail yung results ng aming research. So if you are interested to attend, kasi doon pwedeng nyong tanungin, mag Q&A tayo para malaman ninyo yung mga detalye ng results ng aming research. And it's really very interesting. So if you have time, you can, PPI, I think, would be more than willing to send you the link, the Zoom link to the presentation of the research.
Thank you, ma'am. So at this juncture, we missed this guy yesterday because he was caught in a meeting. But now I think he's here with us and will be able to discuss credibility of electoral processes. So without further ado, I'd call Mr. James Simenes, the spokesperson of the Commission on Elections.
Thank you very much, Joyce, and I'm really sorry for missing yesterday's session. As you said, I was caught in an emergency meeting. This pandemic, it's wreaking havoc on all of our schedules. Anyway, so let's jump right into it, and I'm sure there's a lot to talk about. So this afternoon, I'm going to talk about the credibility of the electoral process. Those of you who have seen this presentation before, I'm telling you, you haven't. So let's just get on with it. So let's start with the basic premise. COMELEC's credibility is under attack. There's no getting around that. It is under attack. It's been under attack for a long time. But why attack COMELEC credibility? There are some very obvious reasons. First, Obviously, losers need to justify their loss without losing face. Ano sabi nila dito sa Pilipinas? Dalawa lang ang uri ng kandidato, yung nanalo at yung dinaya. And again, the most obvious reason for that is simply because it's hard to accept the reality of an electoral loss after having spent weeks basically touting how good you are for the country or why you're such a good choice, to suddenly realize that people reject you. That's harsh. The second reason why people attack COMELEC credibility is because candidates need to preemptively save face. Okay, you've seen this over and over again, and for the most part, people say this is mind conditioning. That's the word they use. No, they condition the mind of the public to accept a reality that they design, that they create. So sasabihin nila, the only way we can lose is if dinaya tayo. So you attack COMELEC credibility so that you preemptively save face. No? Hindi ka na mapapahiya. Obviously, pag natalo ka, sasabihin mo lang, di ba sabi ko sa inyo, dinaya ako eh. Ginagawa natin yan. Alam niyo yan. Number 3, candidates also resort to attacking COMELEC credibility because it creates a siege mentality amongst their followers. Okay? One of the easiest ways to gain cohesion in any group, especially a group as diverse as political supporters tend to be, is to give them a common enemy. No, is to give them a common boogeyman so that inaaway nila tayo. Ganun ang thinking, ganun yung psychology doon. Inaaway nila tayo. And so when that happens, parang it creates a bandwagon effect. Mas maraming sumasali kasi nakikita nila na marami tayo, no? And tayo ay ginigipit. Okay? And of course, there are some naman who attack COMELEC credibility as a form of distraction and misdirection. You know how it is with a magic trick, right? Sabi nila, the closer you look, the less you see. Because when you think the magic is happening here, the real action is happening elsewhere. So, attacking COMELEC credibility eats up bandwidth, especially in the news cycle. And when that happens, you're able to do other things kasi ang pinagtutuunan ng pansin ay yung maingay na allegations of fraud or whatever. No? And then finally, of course, there are those who simply attack COMELEC because they don't like COMELEC or because they don't believe in elections. And that's natural, no? Tanggap natin yan. There are some people who have been so indoctrinated about how COMELEC is supposed to be unfair or COMELEC is supposed to be a tool of whoever, na they simply on a visceral level hate COMELEC. And I know whereof I speak when I talk about hate because to be honest, I'm the subject of that hate right now. And the funny thing is I'm subject of that hate from both sides. Yung mga kaalyado na yung DDS tawag sa akin dilawan, yung mga dilawan tawag sa akin DDS. No? So again, both sides have been conditioned to hate the referee so that it's no longer a rational thing for them anymore. No, it simply is, and that's something that we need to accept. So these are the reasons that we see why people attack COMELEC credibility. But how do they do that? Well, all the way back in 2004, the Supreme Court shut down the first attempt of COMELEC to automate elections on a nationwide scale. Ito yung Mega Pacific, if you remember. Back then, there really was no basis to say that automation would fail, except that there was one particularly very effectively written op-ed that basically said, if you automate elections, these are the bad things that could happen. And you can tell from the decision, which was written by then Justice Artemio Panganiban, you could tell that that article formed one of the cornerstones of the decision. I mean, it wasn't the main justification for the decision, but it certainly set the mood of the justices. It certainly set the milieu, the intellectual landscape that allowed the Supreme Court to, just like that, scuttle the automated election project. No? And remember, this happened in January of election year. So it was really naked fear of the unknown. Again, no proof was submitted. There was no evidence. There's no empirical evidence that any sort of malfeasance would occur, except that there was the potential for things to go bad. Okay. Apart from just promoting fear of the unknown, and remember, this promotion of the fear of the unknown continues to this day. Because remember, you and I might understand how automation works. Some of us might understand it more than others. But for a vast majority of the Filipinos, there is still room for some doubt. In 2019, one of the largest problems that we encountered here in Metro Manila, actually in San Juan, was a disinformation campaign that convinced voters there that people would be able to tell who they voted for. When asked how these people would know who they voted for, the answer was very simple and very direct to the point. Ang sagot, syempre, computerized ng elections eh. So alam na namin yan. So with very little to go on except that oozing confidence statement there, people were staying away from the polling places. People were deluging our phone lines with questions. People were attacking us for letting that happen when in fact it was not happening. Okay? So fear of the unknown remains with us still. But on top of that, there is a long-term and low-intensity drive to delegitimize the elections. Okay? We see this in statements that are routinely made by various mouthpieces of the people who believe that they got shafted by automated elections. Okay? So this includes coordinated inauthentic behavior, and that's what you get when you see people farming out the same sort of through line to different pages. So pare-pareho yung narrative, pare-pareho yung kwento. Nung simula yung pandemya, kung natatandaan ninyo yung kwento ng pamilya na nakasalubong ng isang inchik na pamilya sa elevator, yung inchik na pamilyang naiiyak kasi ang tingin sa kanila parang marumi.
Yeah.
Coordinated inauthentic behavior except for elections. No? Sa elections, ang ano-ano ang paulit-ulit na binabanggit. Palaging pare-pareho lang yan na sinasabi na merong early transmission of results. Sinasabi na still float around, and inuulit-ulit yan among different pages, no? Among different interconnected pages. And then of course, they use celebrity mouthpieces. Hindi mawawala yan sa Pilipinas. Palaging kailangan merong celebrity na nagsasabi, na nagdi-display ng kanyang nalalaman kuno tungkol sa sistema. But if you interrogate what they say they know, you realize that they know very little beyond just the talking points. And then of course, we have to admit, some of the most effective strategies of attacking credibility is simply to amplify the COMELEC's own mistakes. Okay? We're an imperfect organization and we do foul up sometimes. So who is attacking the COMELEC? Is it some amorphous they na para tayong paranoid lang na they? Well, no, not really. Because the people who attack the COMELEC are not ashamed of it, are not. I mean, it's not en vogue to say this out loud na kaya ka naman nagrereklamo kasi talo ka, but it's something we all know. It's something that we all feel. Huh? Na for the most part, maybe 90% of the protests filed are filed as a knee-jerk reaction to an electoral laws. All right. And then there are by people who claim to be motivated by altruism. People who say, no, we are simply protecting the vote because the vote is the supreme expression of the people's will. And then they turn around and try to undermine all the processes that go into determining the people's will. No, it's a little hard not to be frustrated with these people because on the one hand, they say all the nice quotable things, but when people are not looking, they do the exact opposite in terms of results. So there are also people who dislike or even hate COMELEC, again, admittedly. And then there are people who do it for money. People who don't really care one way or the other. It's just that it's a lucrative business to be speaking out against the COMELEC, especially in light of people who lose in elections having enough money to conduct these low-intensity disinformation campaigns. And then, of course, COMELEC itself with its missteps. Okay, COMELEC doesn't help itself when it shoots itself in the foot. So these are the reasons. These are the basic things that you need to know about the attack on COMELEC's credibility. COMELEC's credibility, and also the credibility of the electoral process by extension. So we fight back. There are some key strategies that we use. The first is transparency. Obviously, misinformation thrives in the absence of accurate, relevant information. Okay? Kung hindi tayo nagsasalita, kung hindi nagsasalita ang COMELEC, then the field is wide open for speculation. Before I came into the COMELEC, that was exactly how COMELEC was approaching the whole thing. No? Before I became spokesman of the COMELEC, the default COMELEC position was to say nothing. This created the impression that COMELEC was a monolithic organization that really didn't care what other people thought. No? And as a result, talaga nag-proliferate lahat ng speculation tungkol dito sa ginagawa ng COMELEC. But since then, we've tried to build more transparency into the way we do things. Again, precisely because we accept that misinformation thrives in the shadows. So we do regular press briefings. For instance, in the recently concluded Palawan plebiscite, one of the most critical things that happened that could have scuttled or that could have thrown the whole thing sideways was when the ballots for Kalayaan were not delayed. In previous years, long before I came, the COMELEC would have probably not said anything about that. But this time, we were very upfront. We immediately called a press conference and told people that the ballots for Kalayaan were delayed and that these were the reasons and that this was the solution that we were looking at. All right. So regular press briefings do help because they create the impression that you're not hiding anything. Also very important and something that I might say was possible only because of the pandemic was the live streaming of key COMELEC activities. Right now, even our public biddings are live streamed. So if you were to go to the COMELEC Facebook page, you would actually find links there that would take you to the Bids and Awards Committee conducting bidding processes for all sorts of things. Okay, and again, this is a key part of our strategy to increase transparency in the way we do things. Reporting of false or misleading information is also critical to our strategy. We do not allow misleading information to survive on our timelines. We do not allow misleading information to go unchallenged. And we use the reporting systems provided by the social media platforms themselves. Most of the misinformation that we get, we come by through social media and Facebook specifically. And Facebook has been very helpful in that they do provide a facilitated track for verified government users. No, so we're able to fast track. We're able to facilitate yung evaluation process nila of fake news. So this happened most recently in 2019 when a video supposedly showing cheating operations in Lanao was distributed and very quickly disproven, and we were able to disprove that with the help of Facebook and the reporting system. But we don't report everything naman as, fake or as misleading. A lot of times we get reported by the public or by ordinary citizens, and when they are telling the truth, we acknowledge. So we acknowledge, we assess, and we correct. Okay? As an example, back in 2016, the Enya debacle was due to very lax procedures at the transparency server. Basically, someone took initiative that was not warranted, that they were not authorized for, and they made a change in the script. Okay, again, I have to be very clear because this tends to get taken out of context. There was no change in the way the counting was done. There was simply a change in the script, which was used to determine the kind of character that would be displayed on the reports. Yun lang. So there was an error, there was a mistake committed by one of our people there, and we accepted that. And we committed to a correction. So in 2019, we tightened things up. No? We tightened things up and removed that sort of authority, that sort of freedom from people at that level. Okay? Of course, that caused its own problems. And so in 2022, with follow through, we're fine-tuning our process so that the problems that resulted from our overswing in 2019 would not be repeated. Okay? So we admit mistakes, we commit to the correction of these mistakes, and we follow through. And finally, we maintain a persistent repository of information. The reason for this is having that persistent repository of information. It really deflates blowhards. Okay, people who just go on and on at length about how this is unexplained. COMELEC has to answer for this. COMELEC has not addressed this issue. They very quickly lose steam when you point them to where that information can be found. Okay? When you point them to that archive, to that website where all of that information is found. For instance, the 7-hour glitch. For the longest time at the start of this year, that was all that anyone could talk about. And so we put out the information that all of the information on the 7-hour glitch was available on our COMELEC Facebook page. And the minute we started sharing that link, mentions of the 7-hour glitch dropped down. Okay, again, because it's hard to sustain this information when accurate information is available. And then one of the reasons for that is that people who propagate this information, they capitalize on the ignorance of their audience. They're not stupid, but they know that their audience is. And that's what they leverage. Okay? Having a persistent repository of information also allows for uniform and consistent system-wide messaging. Ibig sabihin, kung ano yung sinabi ko, yun din yung sinabi ng election officer namin sa Bicol. Ganon din yung sinabi ng provincial election supervisor namin sa Palawan. Ganon din yung sinabi ng aming election assistant sa Mindanao. Okay? Because iisa ang pinanggagalingan ng information namin. Okay? And this cuts down on the confusion that used to happen when people were talking at cross purposes to each other. Okay? And finally, it encourages public participation and ownership. One of the great things that we noticed about our Ask COMELEC Facebook group was that for all of 3 days, it was all COMELEC people answering. On the 4th day, we got a volunteer from the general public replying to a question from someone also from the general public. The next day, another one. And the next day, yet another. And so we were helping people by either correcting the answers they were providing or saying that the answers were correct. And slowly, the community started to grow. And the community started to answer repetitive questions. questions like, may voter registration ba ngayon? Questions like, asa ng voter ID ko? Oh, that's a very contentious question, by the way. So you can imagine how many questions of that nature we receive on a daily basis. So when the community started growing and the community started answering itself, it was a very beautiful thing. No? Again, hindi nagpo-proliferate ang fake news doon sa aming Facebook group. When someone comes in with a bad faith question, they get shut down by the people in the group. Okay? People who are not COMELEC, but people who at one point or another received some sort of guidance from COMELEC as to whether or not they were saying the correct things. Okay? So it is a very organic approach, and so far it's been working really good. All right. So this is how we fight back. No? Again, very quickly, with transparency, with reporting, with acknowledgement of errors, and with a persistent repository of information. So the question is, are our elections credible? Surprisingly, a lot of reporters, a lot of media people still ask me these questions. Mag-automate ba tayo? Ang pangit ng credibility ng elections. You know, it's sort of divorced from the truth. In 2016, the Pulse Asia survey showed that 84% of the people trusted the results. Social weather stations said an average of 86% of the voters trusted the results. Okay? So, yung konsepto na walang may tiwala sa halalan, it's simply pushing a narrative, and it's not reflective of what at least experts have seen fit to say is the truth. And it is, sure, you say it's 2016. What about 2019? Well, in 2019, 91% said that they would like to see automated voting continue. Again, this runs counter to the often ballyhooed sentiment that people want a return to manual. No. 91% of people after the 2019 elections said that they would like to see automated elections continue. 87% said they were satisfied with the automated elections. 94% said it was easy to vote using the VCM. Certainly, they still say that now. 94% said the elections were orderly. 64% said there was no vote buying in the areas. 74% said no cheating, and 93% said no violence occurred. Now, no violence, you take that out because obviously that has nothing to do with the machines, no? But vote buying distracts also, because one of the things that we saw as a result of automated elections is that vote buying seemed to have gotten more rampant. But the other statistics show very clearly that when people say walang tiwala ang tao sa elections, they're either speaking only for themselves or they are parroting a talking point. Okay? And in all of that, I ask the question, where are the allies of truth? Nasaan kayo? A lot of people ask, did you learn any lessons from the American experience of 2020? You know, pandemya, ganyan. Well, yeah. We learned that losers follow a universal playbook. Pag natatalo sila, they attack the election system. They say na dinaya ako, and because the election system was rigged against us. It's the same. It's exactly what was said here. It's exactly what they said over there. The second thing that we learned from the American experience is that perpetuating the big lie na rigged yung elections can have effects that cross over from rhetoric to real-world effects. Like when they stormed the US Capitol. It's not happened here yet. And I don't think it's likely to happen anytime soon. Filipinos are probably built differently. But the idea is the same. When you rile up people with wrong information, it's only a matter of time before they decide that they need to take action themselves. Okay? And in all of this, one of the big lessons that we learned from the American experience is that journalists play a big role. Okay? Journalists play a big role in fighting against the big lie. Night after night after night. Serious media challenges assertions of cheating. They interrogate allegations of fraud. They ask questions. They do research. Academics play a big role. Academics refuse to accept the rustic common sense thinking na natulog lang kami, talo na kami kinabukasan. Do you hear people here in the Philippines say that? I mean, speak up against that with conviction? Ordinary people with social media platforms play a role as well. They're not just watchdogs looking out for irregularities in government. It's great if media plays the role of a watchdog. Pero sana hindi lang watchdog looking out for irregularities of government. Look inward also. Become watchdogs that actively fight against disinformation. Because remember, in this case, silence is not a lack of bias. Silence is tantamount to complicity. When some talking head tells you that dinaya ako sa elections, are you gonna say, tell me more? No. Especially if the person talking about it has already been proven to be wrong about it. This is a great source of frustration because everyone says they are for the truth. But when it comes time to stand up for the truth, a lot of these allies are nowhere to be found. I hope that changes, especially with MIL. I hope that a lot of people are able to look at the allegations of fraud and flawed elections and look at the track record and look at everything that's happened since 2010 and say, no, the record does not support that. It's as simple as that. Unfortunately, we don't hear that often enough. So if there are any questions, I'd gladly take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir James. I think one of the best takeaways from that discussion is that allies of truth have to be active. Diba? We have to actively support the truth. And on the flip side, question also the lies. And hindi lang yan para sa mga journalists, kundi para sa ating lahat. Lalo na sa mga kabataan po natin who are very active on social media. I, for one, can testify that, COMELEC has changed a lot over the years. They've been more open to discussing things, being more transparent. Kung tama ang reckoning ko, sir, 15 years ka na nga bang spokesperson? Tama ba? Since 2006, di ba?
Oh.
No judgment there. But really, the COMELEC has just changed a lot and it's a change for the good. Kasi at a time when we have technological explosions, this is not the time for people to do an ostrich and bury your head in the sand. Kapag merong crisis, di ba, you have to confront it. You have to confront and challenge those disinformation. So ayun, we're now the last leg of our first session, and I'd like to call Professor Edmund Tayaw, the Executive Director of the Local Government Development Foundation, or LOGODEF, a faculty member also of the Ateneo School of Government, for his discussion on structural reforms as imperative to strengthening democracy. Professor Tayaw?
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Magandang hapon. No? It's actually it's good that I'm coming in after Director James. No? Actually, so listening to what James had to say got me all fired up. I have to tell you that I've known James for so many years now. Huwag na natin tanungin Director kung kailan. No? But, when I need anything, isang text mo lang yan sa mamang yan, no? He responds to you right away. So, I have to say, no, that this guy really is a true public servant himself. Anyway, yeah, I couldn't agree more. Kaya nga sabi ko, mas maganda na I'm coming after Director James kasi alam mo, elections are just like any, well, I hate to say this, but more often than not, it's because it's composed of so many players. Pagka natalo yung player, ang daming nasasabi, no? And most of which are unfounded assertions, no? And ang nangyayari tuloy,
Professor Tayo, I think we have a...
Nawala sa Joyce.
Yeah, perhaps a technical glitch. Antayin lang po natin saglit, ano? Nagkakabukingan ng edad kanina. Professor Tayo, if you're with us and ready to resume.
here.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so dinig na?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, so am I able to share my my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Anyway, as I was saying, no, it's, yeah.
So wala pa po yung share screen.
There you go. Do you see it now?
Yes, sir, we can see it now.
All right, good. Anyway, no, as I was saying, yun na nga, the problem really is every after election, merong natatalo, and more often than not, regardless of race and regardless of place in the world, meron at merong hindi marunong tumanggap ng pagkatalo. And this is essentially what Director James was trying to say earlier. In fact, we get all these kinds of narrative every after election, no? Dito sa atin, akala natin for a while, no, dito lang sa Pilipinas yung walang natatalo, no? Lahat dinadaya, no? So you get to encounter protests here and there. Now, let me also take note that there's a hell of a difference between having, if I don't know if some of you still remember the manual elections, no, before 2010, and of course we've seen the difference. No, we wait for days, no, for results to actually come out, no, and and still, despite this speed in results of elections, you still get to hear complaints na dinaya, no, ganito, ganyan, no, and but the truth of the matter is, especially if you've been observing elections for quite a while already and is able to compare automated elections as we know it now and manual elections before, you would be able to take note of the difference, no? Which players now matter and which players don't matter. But, at the end of it all, even if we say that we'll have a perfect system where there's none, no? At the end of it all, the bottom line really is if the results will redound to our benefit, no? And this is the subject of my talk, no, which is basically about the structural and or systemic reforms. Matagal na tayong involved dito sa structural reform na to, I think kahit nung undergrad pa tayo, we've already been engaging ourselves in so many different endeavors in this regard, no? Pero it's so unfortunate that we're already in 2021. We're again heading into another national election next year, and wala pa rin, no? Wala pa rin nangyayari. There have been so many different studies all over. So many different organizations have been put up in this regard, and still wala pa rin, no? Wala pa rin nangyayari. So bottom line really is there's still so much to be done, kasi yun na nga, wala naman tayo talaga nakikitang nababago, no? Hence, I always say the vicious circle or cycle of Philippine politics and governance. We always see different faces, probably hear different names, but in the process, we get to hear and we get to see practically the exact same thing. Most of us now are in the comforts of our own homes, no? I don't know whether really that can be considered comfort, or that you would still prefer the old setup where you go to a place where you actually listen to a seminar or to a talk, no? But at the end of it all, there's still so much to be done as far as governance is concerned. Dami nating reklamo when it comes to testing, when it comes to movement of people, when it comes to economy. And now we're talking of vaccination, no? Sino mauuna, bakit ito yung vaccination na kailangan, and so on and so forth. Now, the irony of it all is supposedly lahat nitong information na to readily available dyan, no? And I'm sure later pag-uusapan na naman yung the role of information and was this the responsibility of everyone to be really that circumspect, no? And high voters turnout. Kasi we look forward to every election as an opportunity for change, no? But unfortunately, yun na nga, kahit naman nagkakaroon tayo ng election, yung resulta hindi palaging yung klase ng resulta na gusto natin. Siguro, pag nanalo yung kandidato natin, okay. But after a while, dito mo makikita yung anong talaga yung ine-expect mo. Kung yung ine-expect mo talaga may nangyari o walang nangyari. The bottom line is yung klase ng politika natin is not something that you can it's not really something that can be anticipated. In elections are very much like market forces, so to speak. This has been a classic theory in the democratic theory for quite a while now. That supposedly, if market forces are left on its own, you get to choose the one that's best. But unfortunately, in the kind of setup that we have, the more important question is if we ever have any, or if there are instances that we have good choices. We always complain about political dynasties. We always complain about bakit si ganito ulit ang tatakbo, bakit yung anak. Madali kasing i-question yun. But the bottom line is, even if one wants to run for office, the question is if the system will allow him to run for office. Again, why is it that every election, for example, it's not like I think we would like every Tom, Dick, and Harry wanting to run for president to be allowed to run for office and fill up our ballots with the names, only to find more amusement than anything serious, in considering governance. Pero ang bottom line kasi dito, hindi nga lahat nakakatakbo kasi you have so many requirements, hindi lang legal requirements real practical requirements for you to be able to sustain an honest to goodness national campaign in that regard. So iikot ka pa lang, it will not only cost you time and effort and money and so on. The even more important question is if people will even take a sec and listen to what you have to say. O kahit pasabihin mo na meron ng social media and everything, ang tanong kung pakikinggan ka. O, kasi nga, yun yung klase ng politika na alam natin We have yet to go beyond personalities. No? Kaya lahat nakadepende lang sa isang tao o ilang tao, no? Hence, you're not surprised why if you need to get things done, you always think of a person or two or three and so on. And in the end, you get to be more frustrated, no, than hopeful. Now, this has been the story of our lives. It's not like it's happening only now, no. It's been there ever since. In fact, even when we were still being organized as a state, marami na namang katatawanan, no, when it comes to some assertions by academics, and I don't know whether they're true academics or not, no. But ang akin bottom line lang is when we speak of history, ang alam natin kasing history more of our colonial history. I don't know if any one of you or some of you have encountered so many literature which can at the very least give us an idea how things have been before the colonial powers came and took over us. In fact, you might want to ask yourselves, for example, no, why is it that we always we always thought of ourselves as a Malayan race, no? Pero hindi man lang natin tinanong yung sarili natin saan galing yung Malayan race na ina-assert natin. And you might even get yourselves frustrated when you find out that even our forefathers have been discriminating against their own, no? Simply because of the kind of narrative that they encountered and accepted as is, no? Without going out of their way to checking out exactly the truth of what they were told. No? Anyway, maiba na yung usapan natin when it comes to that. So, the bottom line is, from the very start, kasi nga hindi naman natin na-organize yung sarili natin, we've adopted here and there what the colonial powers have given us. Wala tayong sariling mekanismo na develop natin talaga, so to speak. So to my mind, it's one of those reasons why up to now we have have yet to develop the kind of politics and governance that we deserve. So I had to go back in time and even ask a thing or two about our identity, because we always tend to confuse culture with behavior, and always blame our culture, no, for lack of development. I don't know with you guys, but I'm not about to accept the usual fare na wala kasing disiplina yung Pilipino, so ganito, ganyan, no? But if you look around you, you can very well observe that depending on the kind of incentives and disincentives that you have around you, you get to see the kind of behavior that Filipinos are capable of. No? Hindi tamang isipin na, alam mo, ang Pilipino walang disiplina. I always use as an example in practically all of my talks na, for example, if you've been to Subic or to Clark, for that matter, automatic yan, no? Ang mga motorista doon sumusunod sa rules and sa traffic rules and regulations. So you might want to ask if it's really culture, regardless where the Filipino is, whether in any part of the country or abroad or in a particular economic zone, siguro dapat pareho pa din ang behavior. But precisely that's not the case. So I'm emphasizing this precisely because systems puts in place, no, these incentives and disincentives, which result to the kind of behavior, no, that we can expect from people. No? Hence, it's not true to say dahil Pilipino, ganito yung nangyayari sa atin. Kasi kung ganun din lang din naman, di parang sinabi na rin natin, wala na tayong kapag-asang tao. No? So, ano yung concrete examples natin? You just have to ask yourselves. And again, next year, election na naman, we should be able to distinguish long-term, far-reaching, real reform initiatives compared to yung mga palliatives. No? And I hope that you can see before you na, yeah, okay, we have good laws that have been passed recently, except for one which I totally personally do not agree, rice tarification. No? But we could have done a lot more than many of these palliatives. We really should look into the kind of governance that we have in a more systemic way, no, para comprehensive yung changes na pwede nating gawin, no. So we need to break the vicious circle. Basically, that's the long and short of this discussion. And I have to say that breaking the cycle is a lot easier said than done, because you will have to get the cooperation, if not the support of those who are already well entrenched. Kasi whether we like it or not, may mga positions of advantages na eh. No? And I don't think they will just be willing to give up some of those power for the greater good of the country. So what we need is an institutional approach. We should really took into consideration the whole of government. Hindi yung pag may naisip tayong, may na-encounter tayong problema, ang solusyon natin kagad parang knee-jerk reaction, no? I remain frustrated when, you know, may problema with OFWs, you create a department of OFWs. We encounter a problem with water, we create a department of water, and so on and so forth, no? Parang ang dali-dali na lang mag-isip ng solusyon sa mga problema na kung tutusin, also brought about by the kind of setup that we have in place. Anyway, we need the constitutional reform because it's the constitutional reform which is the basic rules, basically. So when you change the rules of the game, you change the hopefully the outcome, especially if the kind of game that you will put in place will be very much adapted to your character or your nature as an individual. No, hahaba lang tayo kung isa-isahin natin to, but I hope that when you get to have a copy of these slides, you will reflect on some of those enumerations you see on your left. No, ang daming magagandang provisions sa Constitution natin. Hence, I couldn't agree more that we have a good, a nicely written Constitution. But a nicely written Constitution is nothing more than just any document if it cannot be implemented, if it cannot be put to life. No? So, ang dami nating reklamo here and there, every day. No? Problema sa load, problema sa security, problema sa kung saan-saan. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to the kind of laws that we have, and if at all any and all of these laws are in fact implemented or could be implemented in the process. So we're off to next year's elections again, and I have to say, quite unfortunately, that we're back to square one. No, we're again in that search for quote unquote good leader. And when I say good leader, hindi yung good leader lang siya kasi good siya as an individual. Hopefully, we get to identify someone who's really able to understand the underlying limitations of politics and governance in the country, and is finally able to move this country forward, to one that we really deserve more as a people and as a democracy. Yun lang po, magandang hapon sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Professor Tayo. Very interesting points that you raised there. So at this juncture, we'll just do a quick recap of what our speakers have discussed so far. Then we'll open the floor to your questions. We encourage our students, our participants to list down your questions sa ating chat group para mabasa po natin later. So Dr. Mora started the discussion with a definition of democracy resilience. Binigay po niya ang mga characteristics of a democratic of a resilient democracy, among others. Kaya niya ng recovery, flexibility, adaptation, and capacity to innovate. Teka lang ha. Can you hear me well, or meron po bang nag-feedback? Care, nag-feedback ba? Kung wala, then I'm gonna proceed.
Okay naman po. Clear po.
Okay naman. Okay. So Dr. Mora also mentioned that democratic states, and most especially non-democratic states, have weaponized the pandemic to disperse protests, to weaken elements of the opposition, and to serve as cover or to act against opponents of the regime. So ang kailangan po talaga natin, ina-emphasize niya, media information literacy. It has to be an institutional advocacy. We all play a part in fighting propaganda and fake news. And of course, a challenge to our media practitioners to contextualize and make sense our coverage, Then we had Director James Simenes. Quite candidly, he admitted na, credibility of COMELEC has always been under attack. Sabi niya, sa bansa natin, I tend to agree. Dito sa atin, dalawa lang ang klase ng kandidato that we have. Yung nanalo saka yung nadaya. And that's always being used against the COMELEC. There are those who seek to undermine the poll body's authority, those who want to diminish the public's confidence in the electoral process. And of course, those who are cynical towards elections. He also cited, and ito yung nakakatakot for me, that there's a long-term drive to delegitimize the elections. Of course, he acknowledged that, COMELEC has also made its own mistakes. But as always, there should always be 5 guideposts for assessing credibility attacks. So, tingnan natin sino ba yung source niyan, reliable ba, ano yung bias at slant, and who will benefit from such an attack. And he also pointed that the journalists would play a big role in fighting against the big lie. And then Professor Tayo, of course, he presented to us how, in the Philippines, we still vote for personalities instead of voting based on programs and projects. There are no real political parties in our country. Very personalistic, parochial, and dynastic even in some areas. But interesting that he said that systems can shift behavior, and we have to be able to distinguish between band-aid or palliative solutions versus long-term measures. Again, one of the solutions he cited for our consideration, of course, is the need for constitutional reform. So to speak, sabi niya, change the rules of the game to change the outcome. So, ayun. Now we open the floor to questions. Huwag po tayong mahiyang mag-post ng questions sa ating chat group. Actually, kanina may nag-comment doon. Professor Mora, maybe you'd want to take on this. Sabi po niya na parang tulad daw po yung binabanggit ninyo where non-democratic states have weaponized this pandemic. Katulad daw po ba doon sa nangyayari sa Myanmar?
Yes, Joyce. Definitely. 'Di ba? So yung ganap ngayon talagang punta na. So
Yeah.
It's really happening, and it's obviously meron talagang tendency. Any democracy has a tendency na magdeklara ng ganyang emergency powers because of the pandemic.
Indeed. I think even without the pandemic, people in power always have this itch to gain more power. And they usually do that by controlling the flow of information. So, ang una po talagang tinatamaan ay ang ating media. But, one of the bright spots in Myanmar is that they have what they call VPN. They're able to circumvent yung ginagawa ng government nila na shutdown yung kanilang social media by using a VPN network para sila ay makapag-Facebook pa rin. I have so many journalist friends in Myanmar. Nangunguna sila sa rally doon.
Actually, Joyce, I like yung kwento mo kahapon na parang mag-gauge mo din kung yung freedom sa isang bansa kung gaano kabilis ka makabili ng SIM card. Can you share your experience with that?
Opo, kasi I was in Myanmar for a training 2013. So not too recent. Nung time na yun po, napakahirap bumili ng SIM card. Parang you'd have to pay $200 or 10,000 pesos just for one SIM card. Which here in the Philippines, you can buy for 50 pesos. Ano po? And then kahit may pera ka, hindi automatic na makakabili ka. They raffle the SIM card. So minsan, they also rig the raffle. So kung sino lang yung gusto nilang bigyan ng SIM card, yun lang yung makakabili. But when I went back with my mom noong 2013 kasi that was the time na kababalik pa lang ni Aung San Suu Kyi sa Myanmar. And then they also had a very big rally which we joined para sa 8888 democracy movement nila. 2017, I went back there with my mom. Nabigla po ako, Dr. Mora, kasi pagbaba pa lang namin sa airport, ang sumalubong poster ng Samsung.
Wow.
So parang sabi ko, iba na to. And in fact, ang bilis ng internet na nila. And maraming KFC. Kasi nung una, parang iisa lang yung KFC sa Yangon Tapos ngayon, parang sudden explosion. Kaya nung naghunta sila ulit, early this year, nakakalungkot talaga. Kasi parang bumalik sila dun sa sa dark period ng Myanmar.
Joyce, required ba ang passport pag bibili ka ng SIM card dyan?
Yes. Ito ma'am, kahit hindi sa Myanmar, in other countries, they actually require that.
Yeah. Parang sa Pilipinas lang yata, hindi.
Sa atin, medyo maluwag tayo. But for example, even in Malaysia, they'd have to present kasi they use the internal security.
Yes.
Nire-require po nila. Baka may questions po kayo. I wonder kung sa Mindanao, ganun din po ba ang observations? Kaparehas po ba ng mga binigay ng speakers natin? Halimbawa, yung pagiging parochial at pagiging dynastic ng ating political landscape. Kamusta po ang kalagayan ng democracy sa Mindanao, di ba? Baka may mga gusto po kayong ibigay na comments. We welcome both opinion and questions sa ating chat group. Or if you want to ask your questions personally, then we can just please raise your hand. I can also call you.
Hi, Joyce.
Yes,
You know,
ma'am.
meron pa kasi akong isang interesting na gustong ipagawa bukod dun sa poll natin kanina.
Ay, sige po, ma'am.
I would like sana our students, our student participants na gradean yung sarili nila when it comes to MIL. How would they grade themselves? How would they rate their media and information literacy at present?
Pwede po.
Yeah, the same, yung scale of 1 to 5. Gusto ko na gradean nila yung sarili nila when it comes to MIL.
Sige po.
So ano lang siya, parang ito self-assessment. They are assessing themselves as to how they see themselves being as being media and information literate. It's also very interesting to find out.
Sige, ma'am. Shout out sa ating mga students sa Ateneo de Davao University, University of Mindanao, UP Mindanao Holy Cross Gorgeous College, Davao Oriental State College of Science and Technology, Davao del Norte State College. We really look forward to your questions. Huwag pong mahiya, magdalawang isip. From Mr. Nelson Pastolero, ang question po niya, how can media affect change in the political culture of Philippines, especially among younger citizens who are exposed to various social media platforms? Who would like to take this po?
Joyce, alam mo ang pinaka magandang sasagot dapat niyan ay media practitioner eh. Pero ako as academician, I have my own perspectives to this, 'di ba? So if I were to if the students are asking me about this, syempre napakalaki. Why? Because actually ang media ngayon parang surrogate parent na nga yan eh sa mga estudyante eh. Why? Because you know, ang mga kabataan ngayon, I have a 20-year-old son. Nasa loob ng kwarto, maghapon, nakaharap sa internet, nakaharap sa mga live streams. And, you know, for sure, ang mga messages na nare-receive niya affects him. And at the end of the day, nagdedebate kami eh. So, Mommy, I saw this. Mommy, I heard about this. Mommy, I watched this. Dami niyang mga insights. Buti na lang nandyan ako para, you know, para i-enlighten naman din siya. Pero what about sa ibang mga kabataan na that they could not talk to their parents like this, na walang maibigay na insights yung mga parents. So, in that case, kung ano yung matanggap nila sa media, yun na lang din yung maa-assimilate nila. No? So, hindi naman kasi lahat ng students, lahat ng kabataan, or lahat ng mga audiences ay merong pwedeng makausap to enlighten them or to balance whatever views they get from the media. Pero maganda rin na sagutin ito ng isang media practitioner. I think, Joyce, you can answer.
So, yeah. Ako po, siguro I will answer bilang isang guro bilang isang nagtuturo ng journalism for more than a decade now. Ang isa pong napansin ko, sa mga joint students, parang sila mismo hindi gustong magbasa ng dyaryo. Siyempre, nung una pa, I mean, admit it, ang joint students, they're some of the most tamad magbasa ng dyaryo, magbuklat ng dyaryo. But then I say, okay lang. But at least read the news. Tingin ko napaka-importante nun. Kung mag-online rin lang kayo, magbasa kayo ng balita online. And go beyond the headline, read the story, be critical sa pagtingin ng balita. Actually, minsan pag nagkakasama-sama kami mga media, yun yung lagi namin iniisip eh. Parang are we actually making a difference? Baka naman araw-araw tayo nagpapakamatay magsulat ng storya pero wala namang nangyayari or walang nagbabago. So, challenge din siya actually po sa amin. Si Mr. James Simenes, meron pong comment dito sa naging discussion ninyo kanina from Miss Eugene Nicolas Sanyo. Sabi po niya, I think revisiting our history, especially the events during the Tejeros Convention. Napaka ano po nito, talagang malalim ang kanyang inuugat na issue. Should be put in the textbook so that young Filipino students should be aware that electoral fraud is really a problem even before, so that we can learn from those issues and avoid repeating it again. Usually kasi wala daw po siya sa mga history books natin. Sir James?
Well, yes. Oo naman. Pero kasi niche yan eh. Niche yung usapin na yan eh. Yung cheating sa elections. Parang yung hindi mo rin makikita sa history book na si George Washington ay nagpapainom ng mga electors the night before the elections. I mean, it's those things na parang might seem trivial, but of course in the context of modern discussions, syempre very useful yan. I just don't know that it will be particularly useful for for students to learn, I mean at a young age na walang konteksto. Ayaw din naman kasi natin na i-inculcate sa isip ng mga estudyante na talagang alam mo yun, parang perennial problem yan. I mean, it's something that they'll learn soon enough. So, there's no need to sort of complicate history by showing that. Pangalawa, hindi din naman yan, again, no, like with many allegations of cheating, alin dyan yung talagang napatunayan 100% na beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because you don't want to be casting aspersions on historical figures din naman, especially if there's room for questioning whether or not the allegations are correct. So tingnan natin, again, like I said, it's a very niche item, probably nice to talk about during the discussion, but I hardly think that it will fit in a curriculum.
Sir James, I just like to tweak the question a little bit,
Sige.
So, ano po sa tingin ninyo yung pwede nating ituro, maybe should we start at the elementary or high school level? How do we make our students more astute in democracy and democratic processes? Kasi ako feeling ko, nung high school ako, we learn it, civica, di ba? Tinuturo yan eh. Pero parang not necessarily that you become engaged.
Right. I think Joyce and I don't know, people might be surprised to hear me say this, but I think it should start at preschool.
God, ang aga, sir.
It's a question of what's age appropriate naman kasi. For instance, at preschool, you teach them about losing a selection process. Okay, one of the most successful voter education initiatives in the U.S. in the last century was when they let preschool students select a class mascot. So, yung teacher would present two potential mascots and ask the students to pick one. So, doon pa lang sinasanay mo na yung mga bata doon sa mindset ng demokrasya na hindi ito pwedeng maging gusto kasi nung sikat na mama or hindi kasi gusto nung matapang na bata, kundi kasi gusto ng marami. So you start building at that level, no? Para you get the habits of democracy ingrained in the people. And then as they get older, you introduce them to more age-appropriate concepts. Ang problema kasi sa atin, batang-bata pa lang, tinuturuan na tayo, mag-eleksyon na kayo ng officers. And then what do they say? Oh, ikaw ang secretary. Oh, sino yung presidente? And then they leave the students alone. Kung sino-sino lang maging presidente. So sino nagiging presidente? Doon sa amin, when I was in school, ang nagiging presidente, yung nagbibigay ng bond paper sa mga kaklase. Yung mga nagpapahiram ng ballpen. And ang masaya niyan, namimigay lang sila ng bond paper, nagpapahiram na sila ng ballpen before class elections. After class elections, wala na. Oo. And at that very young age, tanggap na namin. Na ganyan talaga sila. And at that young age, dapat alam na namin na mali yun eh. Diba? Pero, okay lang. Kasi, that's the way they do it. Wala kaming kontekstong nakukuha from our teachers. And remember, this was as early as grade 1. Okay? Grade 1 pa lang, nagka-class officers na tayo. So, at that very early stage, dapat ini-inculcate na natin ang habits of democracy sa mga bata. Yung pagtanggap ng will of the majority, yung pagtanggap ng pagkatalo. Yung pagtanggap ng kahit hindi ko gusto yung nanalo, kami pa rin to eh. Kami pa rin tong kindergarten class. And we're still that wolf, or we're still that octopus, or we're still that eagle. Tayo yan. So, meron kang sense of belonging. Isa yan sa mga wala sa atin din ngayon, mapapansin mo. Ang mga tao ngayon, kaya marami tayong mga tinatawag na political butterflies kasi wala silang sense of belonging eh.
Right.
Kung sino lang manalo eh. Hindi nila pinaglalaban yung pinaniniwalaan nila. Kasi nga, nung bata sila, wala silang nakitang ganyan. So that's when we start. And so it's a huge curriculum. I'll share it with you one of these days if you want. But it's a long talk.
Very interesting, sir. Tama kayo eh. Mula pagkabata, actually may example na pala tayo ng vote buying. Totoo yun, di ba? Yung election sa klase, tapos mamimigay. But at that age, parang we just find it cute, di ba? You don't think na parang dadalhin nila yon hanggang sa paglaki nila. And siguro, para madagdag... Yeah. Para madagdagan lang natin, sir, so maliban dun sa kailangan na ma-inculcate sa kanila yung importance of a democracy and respecting kung ano yung choice ng majority, eventually, dapat din siguro nating tingnan saan pwedeng pumasok sa curriculum ang paghanap naman ng accountability.
Yes.
Parang isa rin yun. Dapat tayo ay active mag-demand sa ating nakaupo ng mga opisyales ng accountability. Maybe
Question of age appropriateness lang talaga.
Yes. Dr. Mora, you'd like to add to that, ma'am?
Yeah, I was also discussing that a while ago, di ba? So, since may mga nangako sa atin, may karapatan din tayong habulin yung mga pangako na yan sa mga nangako. Di ba? So, you mentioned a while ago, sobrang babait ng mga Pilipino eh. Sana, mas maganda kung nasa lugar tayong lahat. Kasi kung lulugar tayo sa tama, alam natin yung mga binitiwang pangako sa atin at kung paano natin panghahawakan na singilin din ang mga nangako na ito sa mga ipinangako nila. Kasi beautiful words, di ba, kapag eleksyon. Ang gaganda ng mga plataforma. Pero pag andyan na sila, again, ang lahat ay nagtatanong, asan na? No, we are looking forward na ito ay makita namin. After all, ito yung laman ng platform ninyo eh. 'Di ba? So, medyo doon nakakabitin kasi Filipinos are not hindi sila ganon ka-assertive. Hindi ganon ka-assertive ang mga kababayan natin when it comes to demanding about the promises given to them.
Yes. So pag sinabihan ka na after 6 months, bibigyan ko kayo lahat ng bibingka, pagdating ng 6 months, wala pa yung bibingka, magalit ka. Diba?
Tama. Importanteng makuha ang bibingka.
Saan yung bibingka?
Yeah, that proverbial bibingka is our public service sa totoong buhay. We have another question here. This is again for Director James, but I think si Professor Tayo can also chime in on this one. Meron din siyang concept ng, I hate the term, but for the lack of a better term, bobotante. Ang tanong dito, Sir James, paano raw po ina-address ng COMELEC ang problem ng vote buying? And aside from information campaign, how do we counter it? Sir James and then Professor Tayaw.
Sige. Ang problema kasi sa vote buying, ang pag-tackle niyan sa ngayon, ang approach talaga dito is yung legal aspect eh. Yung kakasuhan para makulong yung vote buyer. But mas malalim na trabaho, yung turuan mo yung mga taong huwag ipagbili ang boto. Yun, ina-address namin through education. Unfortunately, sa ngayon, yun pa lang ang approach na kaya namin gawin. No? Voter education pa lamang. It would be better kung magkaroon ng systemic reform. And I think this is something that Professor Tayo can talk on. Systemic reform in how we run election campaigns and how we fund them. Kasi kung hindi pwedeng ang approach mo palagi ay head-on eh. Sometimes you have to go the long route to address a problem that's in front of you, no? And the long route in this case is reforming campaign finance. Okay? To make sure na yung mga source ng bribery, yung source ng vote buying will no longer have to to resort to vote buying and will not be able to release funds ng walang accountability. Sa ngayon kasi, ang daming paraan para lusutan yung ganong klaseng financial accountabilities. So again, systemic reform sa tingin ko ang sagot dito.
Thank you, sir. Professor Tayo, you'd like to add to that, sir?
Yan, hahaba lang eh. Wala namang ibang solusyon dyan. Talagang it's a system of incentives and disincentives. So, yeah, you start with the campaign finance reform. But before we can go to campaign finance reform, do we have real political parties? How do we have real political parties? How do we identify who gets to organize and run real political parties and so on? So it's a whole gamut, really, no? And I think we've become quite sophisticated in that regard, except that at the end of the day, it's a question of putting it into some kind of legislation. Sayang, meron ng Political Party Reform Act before, no? Mysteriously, bigla na lang namatayan sa Senado, pero that could have started a lot of things already moving forward. Wala naman nag-revive yan eh. So,
Ako, I have
talagang
a
problema.
question po, sir. Konting follow-up question lang po dito. When I was studying in Berlin, nakita po namin na yung mga political parties doon sa Germany, they're partly funded by the government. Parang this is one way of reducing the need to generate a campaign kitty, diba? So hindi na nila kailangan maging indebted kung kani-kanino. And the more seats that you get, parang the more funds that you receive. Tingin niyo po ba yung ganung klaseng system, will that work here in the Philippines given the landscape that we have?
I have to say it's a system nga eh. So hindi ang hirap mag-adapt lang ng isang measure tapos i-adapt natin sa sarili natin. Parang federalism lang 'yan. No, when we started this federalism thing, I ran into so many former friends who are no longer friends now, no, because they've been insisting on adopting a particular set. Hindi kasi ganun kasimple, you know, we have to develop our own set of public institutions so that it will play right into what we actually need and the context that's actually unique with us. No, yeah, okay, fine. Maganda, no, nag-work sa party sa bansang to, sa bansang ganito, ganyan-ganyan. Pero tanungin natin, paano sila nag-start? No, hindi yung yan nga ang problema natin, kaya nga ako napunta sa kasaysayan kanina kasi hindi dahil gusto nating malaman kung nagdayaan ng Tejeros, hindi. Kailangan natin maintindihan mismo paano ba nagsimula yung bansa natin, anong identity natin. No, then perhaps we can start from there, no.
Thank you, Professor Tayo. Director Simenes, there are no more questions in the chat box. Oh, actually may humabol. Sorry. Okay, very quickly to take these two questions po. Is there a need from Christian Miles? Is there a need to abolish our current multi-party system? Or do we need to change it into a US-like party system where there are only two parties?
First of all, the US doesn't have a two-party system. The US has a
Exactly.
multi-party system. So, hindi po.
Mag-i-exit na nga sana ako, Director James. Alam mo, para mawala na itong misnomer na ito, no?
Okay.
Unang-una, ang political parties, hindi mo pwedeng i-legislate yan.
Yes.
Ilang beses ko nang nadidinig yan, and I'm really sorry, no, pero ewan ko, siguro pag magbasa tayo pa ng mas marami pa, no, kasi ang political party sinusunod niyan yung social movements ng isang bansa.
Yes.
No, ang problema nga dahil nga wala ngang mekanismo, walang pinupuntahan yung direction na yon, no. So hindi nagiging natural yung paghimog, no, o pag-shape ng political groups. So I'm sorry pero for lack of a better term, medyo misinformed na sabihin na let's go back to two-party. There was no such thing as two-party system even in our history. The only time that I can remember was
when it was the Nacionalista against the Federalista. No? And nawala pa yung Federalista. The liberals actually came from the Nacionalista. So kaya nga, it's important for us to go back in time and actually understand our political history. Even before the colonial history, then perhaps we can take it from there. Kasi ang hirap in fact, if you go back to if you read the Federalist Papers, the exchanges between James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and John Jay, no? In fact, pinagbabawal pa nga ang political parties nung panahon nila kasi ang tawag nila dyan mga paksyon. No? So you can just imagine how was this sa vernacular payak kung paano simplistic ang thinking ng politika ng mga tinitingala natin ngayon, ng mga sophisticated na mga demokrasya. No? So, magbasa pa ho tayo ng konti para at least mas maintindihan natin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. The last question, this will really be the last question. We'll go to Dr. Mora from Ms. Tinay Avila. Meron na po ba tayong baseline data on the MIL level ng mga students natin on a regional or national level? Kasi I agree it's a good institutional advocacy. I think having this data would really help the future efforts and plans of the academic and professional organizations. She appreciates the research study of Dr. Mora. Dr. Mora, wala pa, no?
Wala kasing yung centralized, wala pa. Usually the data is available per institution. Schools are doing researches, pero yung talagang panglahatan or centralized. But this is one of our targets because I'm a part of the Philippine Association for Media and Information Literacy, and we are in contact with schools from all over Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And isa yan sa mga plano namin. Pero hindi pa namin na naki-carry out talaga yung research because, we are swamped with too many chores din. So, kinakailangan naming planuhin pa. But that is really one very good idea, yung magkaroon talaga ng central database for MIL in the entire nation.
Ayun, thank you, ma'am. Actually, baka pwedeng per school, maging initiative siya ng mga HEIs natin. So at this point, we will take a 5-minute break. Go to the banyo, yung mga nagpigil ng pantog dyan. Kumain muna ng mabilis kung medyo gutom na, 3:30 na, panahon ng merienda. After 5 minutes, let's go back here to the Zoom room and we'll continue with our second part of the discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa 6 na buwan simula ngayon, maglalabas kami ng 6 na video para turuan kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Mga red flags sa social media account o page ang una nating tututukan. Sa loob ng 2 araw, nakakuha ng 4,000 comments itong Facebook post na naglabas ng aplikasyon para sa may gusto ng perang ayuda mula sa gobyerno. Peke ito, walang opisyal na Facebook page na magkasama ang Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE at Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD. Sabi pa ng DSWD, hindi sila nanghihingi ng personal na impormasyon sa social media. Ginagamit ng mga impostor na account gaya nito ang kredibilidad o kasikatan ng isang tao o institusyon para mas madali tayong maniwala sa impormasyong mali o nakapanliligaw. Minsan, para rin magparami ng likes at makakuha ng personal na impormasyon. Para malaman kung lehitimo ang isang social media account o page, sundin ang mga hakbang na ito. Hanapin ang verified badge sa pangalan ng account. Patunay ito na ang nagpapatakbo ng page o account ay ang tao o institusyon na nakapangalan. Walang blue check ang impostor. Ang tunay na DSWD, mayroon. Pero hindi lahat ng lehitimong account ay may verified badge. Gaya nitong sa Dole. Paano ito ngayon mache-check? Magpunta sa About tab, na kadalasan naglalaman ng deskripsyon ng tao o organisasyon, official website, at contact information na pwedeng tawagan o i-message. Kung wala o kulang-kulang ito, magduda ka na. Sa official website rin madalas makikita ang link sa tunay na social media page. Ang tunay na social media page, tama ang spelling at capitalization. Tingnan din kung may mga dagdag na salita sa pangalan ng account na hindi dapat. Pagdating sa followers, nakadududa rin kung ang isang institusyon o sikat na tao ay iilan lang ang followers. Pero linawin natin, hindi automatic na kapag marami ang followers ng isang account, ay credible ito o dapat agad paniwalaan. Taktika ng panloloko ng mga account ang magpalike ng kanilang page. Tingnan rin ang page transparency tab sa Facebook para malaman kung kailan ginawa ang isang Facebook page. Kung ito ay bagong gawa, pero nakapangalan sa isang matagal nang naitatag na institusyon, magduda ka na. Dito nyo rin makikita kung nagpalit ito ng pangalan at layunin. Sa Facebook groups, makikita nyo ito sa group history ng About page. Maging mapagmatyag rin sa post mismo ng account o page. Minsan, ang mga litratong ginagamit ay kinuha mula sa ibang organisasyon gaya nito. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, maging mas maingat sa mga post na nakikita sa social media. Maraming nagsasamantala sa pagkakataong ito kung kailan marami sa ating mga kababayan ang naghahanap ng impormasyon. Gamitin ang tutorial na ito para malaman kung lehitimo o hindi ang isang social media account. Samahan niyo kami sa susunod na buwan para alamin kung ano ang mga bagay na pwedeng i-fact check. Abangan yan dito sa Promise. Walang lokohan. Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Noong nakaraang buwan, ipinakita namin kung paano masisigurong lehitimo ang isang social media account. Ngayon, pag-aaralan natin kung ano-ano ang mga pwede nating i-fact check.
Bago i-verify ang isang post o claim, tiyakin na oo ang sagot sa tatlong tanong na ito. Ang statement of fact ay pahayag na maaaring mapatunayan na totoo o hindi. Hindi lahat ng bagay ay maaaring i-verify. Halimbawa, ang opinyon na batay sa damdamin at paniniwala na hindi nasusukat o hindi makukumpirma ng dokumento, statistics at interview sa mga eksperto. Tingnan ninyo itong Facebook post na nagsabing wala raw ebidensya na may SARS-CoV-2, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19. Sa mahabang post na ito, naghalo ang opinyon at mga statement of fact. Ito lamang ang mga statement of fact. Dapat relevant o makabuluhan ng pahayag na inyong i-verify. Pasok dito ang pahayag ng mga kilalang tao o tungkol sa kanila o may kinalaman sa mga nangyayari sa kasalukuyan. Makabuluhang i-verify ang post na ito dahil umikot ito ngayong panahon ng pandemya sa COVID-19. Sa online post, idinadagdag namin ang criteria na virality. Marami ba ang shares nito? Marami ba ang nag-upload nito? Ano ba ang impact nito sa tao? Mahalaga bang malaman ng mga nakakita ng post na hindi totoo ang nabasa nila? Ngayong pandemic, maraming umiikot na hindi totoong claim na maaaring makapinsala sa kalusugan at kailangang itama agad. Tandaan, kadalasang may kinalaman sa current events ang kahalagahan ng isang pahayag na magsasabi kung pwede itong i-fact check o hindi. Kaya mahalagang updated tayo lagi sa mga balita mula sa legitimate sources. Ang panghuling criteria, feasible o magagawa bang i-fact check ang pahayag na ito? Kaya ba itong i-fact check sa limitadong oras? Ang claim na inyong ipa-fact check ay kailangang makapagpapatunay o makapagbibigay ng konteksto gamit ang mga ebidensya gaya ng opisyal na dokumento, record o lehitimong news report. Mahalaga rin na kaya itong magawa agad. May pag-aaral na nagsasabing mas mabilis kumalat online ang mga peke o maling impormasyon kaysa sa mga totoo. Kaya naman bukod sa tama, kailangang mabilis din ang pagpa-fact check. Tandaan muli ang 3 criteria na ito sa inyong pagpa-fact check. Dapat ito ay statement of fact, relevant o makabuluhan, at mapapatunayan gamit ang opisyal na sources. Next month, tuturuan naman namin kayo paano suriin ng mga manlolokong web.
Po natin, we're calling Rowena Paraan, Head of ABS-CBN's Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo, and she will be discussing journalism and the disinformation virus. Ate Weng? Is she here now? There she is.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Ate. We can hear you loud and clear.
Hello po, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. My name is Rowena Paraan. I currently work at ABS-CBN. I handle the citizen journalism platform called Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo. Dun sa hindi familiar sa Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo, this is actually a platform that started during elections. Nauna yung concept niyang lumabas noong 2004 elections. If you remember yung nagkaroon po ng Hello Garci na controversy, this was a recording between then President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, who was running for president, and a COMELEC official. So, dun sa recording, nakita na nag-uusap sila tungkol sa boto. And it was on election period. So, nag-create siya ng public outcry. Dahil dito, nakita ng network for the need to get the public more involved in election campaign monitoring. So, nung sumunod na election, binuo yung Boto Mo, Ipatrol Mo. So, yung issue ng election is something really that's very close to Bayan Mo, Ipatrol Mo. Kasi dito siya nagsimula at magmula nun, patuloy siyang nagmo-monitor sa tulong ng mga netizens, ng mga tinatawag ng bayan patrollers, na nagpapadala ng mga reports tungkol sa kung ano yung mga nangyayari sa kanilang communities. Yung result ng Boto Mo Ipatrol Mo in the 2007 elections was really amazing that the network decided to continue with the program beyond the elections. Then the idea became that people you voted to power, kailangang bantayan mo kung paano nila pamumunuan ang bayan mo. So nag-isang Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo. So noon pa man, napakahalaga na ng eleksyon para sa amin at para sa ating lahat. Nakikita natin noon na meron ng cellphone pero hindi pa ganun kadami yung may hawak ng cellphone, and even the quality ng mga camera hindi pa masyadong maganda. Yung maganda sobrang mahal until nagmura yung mga mobile devices at karamihan ngayon pag pumunta ka sa isang household, hindi isang telepono lang kundi bawat miyembro ng pamilya madalas may kanya-kanyang telepono. So ganun na ngayon ka-pervasive, no? And nung panahon din na nag-start yung Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo, yung issue ng disinformation hindi pa ganun kalaki, at least dito sa Pilipinas, no? Although mamaya makikita natin na yung disinformation, ano naman to, no? Dati na, hindi siya bago. Kasi pag tinignan natin yung kasaysayan ng Pilipinas at ng buong mundo, yung usapin ng manipulation of information in order to gain the upper hand or to gain control ay matagal nang ginagawa. Pero dahil sa advent ng social media, sa advances ng technology, lalo siyang naging mas matindi, napadali, napabilis, at sa isang iglap, no, nagiging hindi ko kayang gawin yung ginagawa ni Thanos. So pero sa isang isang pitik, kaya mong sirain yung reputasyon ng isang tao, ng isang grupo. Tapos ngayon, hindi lang simpleng dahil nag-post ka, but because there are techniques na ginagamit para mas systematic at organized yung ginagawang disinformation. And this is what we call computational propaganda. No? Yung gumagamit ng algorithm, gumagamit ng big data, para gawing mas effective at mas matindi yung banat ng mga atake. Okay, let me share my screen. So this is what I'm going to talk about in remaining siguro 20 minutes na lang dahil ako po yung madaldal. So una, let's lay down the basics ng information disorder. Pangalawa, ano yung paano naapektuhan ng disinformation yung election. And then a question for the journalist, are we helping amplify disinformation? So dun sa una, I'm not going to expand on this too much because si Marinette mamaya ng Vera Files will talk more extensively about this and how to fight disinformation. But just for us to level off on our definitions, this is the graphic, no, o yung representation na present na una ng first draft, no. And this is the definition that has now been adopted by many organizations around the world, including UNESCO. So dito sa information disorder, and take note that UNESCO, no, and several other research institutions, academic institutions, and media organizations, yung issue ng disinformation is a global concern. It's not just something that's happening in the Philippines or affecting Philippine elections, but it's something that is being faced worldwide. So yung information disorder, according sa first draft, merong tatlong basic, no, na categories. Yung una ay yung tinatawag na misinformation. Ito yung mali yung information pero walang intention to cause harm. Walang motibo na manira, manakit ng tao o ng isang grupo. So this includes unintentional mistakes such as inaccurate photo captions, translations, or when satire is taken out of context and presented as minsan as parang totoong balita. So that's misinformation. Again, wrong info but no intent to harm. The other one is yung tinatawag na malinformation. So dito, tama yung information pero pinipresent siya at dinidisseminate siya in order to attack a certain person or a certain group. So siguro magandang halimbawa nito yung mga katulad na nangyayari ng mga revenge porn. So totoo siyang nangyari and then nire-release sa public to shame whoever is in the video. So there's intent to harm sa malinformation. So yung category that overlaps sa misinformation and malinformation is what we call disinformation. So dito, false ang content, fabricated, manipulated, and deliberately disseminated with the intention to harm. So ito yung pinaka matinding klase ng problema sa information disorder. Again, we have 3 categories: misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So let's look at some samples. Ayan. So for students, sobrang familiar sila dito. Yung hashtag walang pasok, karaniwan nasa top 10 yan ng mga hashtags palagi sa Pilipinas, lalo na pag panahon ng merong calamities. But sometimes, yung mga nagpapasa, nag-share ng hashtag walang pasok, hindi nila tinitingnan mabuti na hindi pala March 26, 2021 yung walang pasok, pero March 26, 2020. So hindi nababasa mabuti kung minsan nagsusurface, and then because you're so excited na yay, walang pasok, walang test, etc., sinishare natin agad. So walang intention to cause harm, pero merong maling information. Okay. And studies have shown na itong hashtag na to is always there, nasa top ng mga hashtags, particularly in the Philippines. And then, this one is one of my favorites. All-time favorite ko to na sample. So it says, NASA hailed Duterte as the best president in the solar system. So take note, solar system. So pag sinabi nating solar system, kasama dyan ang mga planeta, ang mga buwan, ang araw, etc. And then meron siyang figures. Si Duterte daw, 91%, si Obama, 87%, etc. So hindi ko alam pa paano nila sinurvey ang Mercury, Venus, at iba pang planeta, or that they even have a presidential system. So obviously it's not true, but people have shared this. God, sa sobrang dami. Then another example, this one is more disturbing. This is a photo that surfaced sometime in 2016 or 2017. This was during the time when there was controversy over whether the late President Ferdinand Marcos should be buried at the libingan ng mga bayani or not. So there were a lot of protests, and this photo became viral, and it claimed that these were residents from Mindanao and the Visayas recruited to join the protests, but after the protest, pinabayaan na lang ng mga organizers. So they were forced to sleep in terminals. But if you search this photo, it will turn out that it's something that was taken in 2014, at yung mga tao na to ay na-stranded because of a typhoon. So it's a real photo, but the caption but was represented as something else in order to discredit the organizers of the rally, of the protest. This one is manipulated photo. So itong sinasabing breaking news daw, si Senator De Lima sinugod sa hospital, in a wheelchair, wearing a neck brace. But actually, the photo is not all. The former president, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, but it was manipulated, it was photoshopped to make it appear it was De Lima on a wheelchair, wearing a neck brace, and being taken to the hospital. So these are just some examples of this information. Ngayon, sa panahon ng eleksyon, lalong higit na matindi ang disinformation. Hindi na to bago sa eleksyon sa Pilipinas, as I said earlier. Dati na siyang ginagawa. In fact, isa sa pinaka magandang example, mga bata pa siguro kayo, pero merong ilan dyan na makakaalala, or I don't know, if siguro sa history, kung natisod ninyo, yung controversy tungkol sa Golden Arinola ni President Quirino. So it became one of the weapons used against him, na meron daw Golden Arinola si former President Quirino, and turned out later na hindi siya totoo, and actually yung merong Arinola pero hindi siya kinintuan. So dati na yung disinformation. But before, if you want to disseminate that to the public, you have to go through the traditional sources of information, which are the traditional platforms, newspaper, radio, and television. Pero ngayon, because of social media and technology, kayang-kaya na ng kahit sino ang maglabas ng disinformation. At ito yung medyo nakakabahala dahil pag tinignan natin sa history ng recent elections, in fact, we did a book before analyzing yung takbo ng naging elections, I think in 2004. Tinignan kung gaano kalaki yung papel ng online campaigning. And at that time, hindi pa siya talaga halos very few of the political parties, in fact, even had websites. Isa lang yung meron na continuous na gumagana. Tapos yung pagka-campaign using online platforms, hindi pa masyado. Pero pag tiningnan mo yon sa panahon na yon at compared mo sa ngayon, sa 2016 elections and then the 2019 elections, ang laki ng difference. So here are just some examples, pero nanggaling siya sa mas recent na election, and these were things that were fact-checked by fact-checking groups, and I decided to differentiate yung disinformation before elections, disinformation that come out on election day, and those that come out after the elections. So normally before elections, ang mga lumalabas ay intended to build up the candidacy of certain groups or individuals. So ito, alam natin itong madalas gawin, pero ngayon you have social media, and then kuminsan imbento na to build up the candidacy or to discredit the opponent. And then third, to keep people away from the polls para mawalan sila ng gana na hindi na sila pumunta pa sa polling area. So examples of this are, si Pope Francis shocks the world. Allegedly, he was endorsing Donald Trump for president. This came out in the 2016 elections in the US. And it turned out to be not true. Even the Vatican had to issue a statement disclaiming na hindi nag-support si Pope Francis kay Donald Trump. Dito sa Pilipinas, mas malapit na example, this one came out in the 2019 elections. There was a posted report that COMELEC disqualified Cagayan de Oro Mayor Oscar Moreno. Then this was fact-checked by Minda News, and it was discovered that the allegation ay totally false. So bakit naglalabas ng ganitong klaseng disinformation? Kasi pagka ang akala ng mga tao na hindi natatakbo yung certain candidate, hindi mo na siya ilalagay sa balota. So ang mangyayari ngayon, yung candidate katulad ni Moreno, magkukumahog tuloy siya to debunk. And then so dalawa yung nangyayari. Una, baka maniwala yung mga tao kapag hindi mo sila agad na-reach at nasabing hindi, tatakbo ko talaga. Pangalawa, ay yung kandidato, imbis na nangangampanya siya ng mga the usual niyang ginagawa, nagdo-double time ka para mag-damage control. So yung ganitong klase ng disinformation, parang ang simple lang but it's actually insidious. Then another example is a Pulse Asia survey that allegedly was conducted in Bohol. It's a pre-election survey. Ngayon, ano yung halaga para sa kandidato ng ganitong klase ng information, no? It made him appear na meron siyang support and popularity. So sa atin pa naman, sa mga Pilipino, meron tayong pagtingin, no, na kapag ang isang kandidato ay parang hindi mananalo, hindi mo na siya iboboto kasi ang iniisip nila, sayang ang boto ko ibibigay ko na lang dun sa mas okay na mananalo. So parang panalo ako. Ganon. So yung mga pre-election surveys serve that purpose. It's also a fundraising tool ang mga survey kasi kapag ka nakita kang itong manok na to, yung malakas, businessmen, sa'yo tataya, sa'yo magbibigay ng donation, sa'yo pupunta para dahil tingin nila mananalo ka and therefore they are also protecting their own interests. So yung mga bogus na survey results, isa to sa mga dapat nating bantayan habang papalapit ang eleksyon. It also seeks to use that bandwagon effect, no? Maraming may suporta sa akin, kaya you might as well join the bandwagon. Suportahan mo na rin ako kasi bakit yung isang yan ang sinusuportahan mo, wala namang yan. Kita mo sa survey, napakababa niya. So, ganun yung intention. Kaya pag tinignan nyo yung mga survey na yan, mahalaga yan para sa mga kandidato. Ay umaabot sa punto na may mga candidates, they create yung mga fly-by-night na or if not, they hire yung mga fly-by-night supposedly survey organization survey firms, no, para makagawa at makapag-produce sila ng ganitong klaseng propaganda material. Another is this example, no, isang picture which was actually that of Trump's inaugural photo. It was used and claimed to be rally ng hugpong ng pagbabago. So this was published dun sa isang account na ang pangalan ay Federal Philippines. Ito yung sinasabi niya, ito ang hindi pinapakita sa media. bilyong Pilipino ang dumagsa sa hugpong ng pagbabago rally. So, dalawa yung purpose niya, no? Isa, ipakita na malaki yung suporta doon sa organization. Pangalawa, banatan yung media. And it follows yung narrative na ang mga media pinipili yung kanilang pinapakita. Na ito, may ganito, hindi nila pinakita. It also justifies the existence of the photo. Na hindi nyo nakita sa media, dito nyo nakita, legit ito, valid ito, at hindi yan pinakita sa media kasi ganyan naman ang media. Okay. So, this one was fact-checked by UP students sa journalism department. Tapos malinaw na hindi ito totoong rally ng hugpong. So, those are just samples of this information that can proliferate ngayong elections na to before the election. On election day itself, ganun pa rin yung ibang layunin. One is to keep voters from voting, certain candidates, or to make them vote for certain candidates or groups. And then to question the integrity of the election. Dito sa pangatlo, maraming binanggit kanina, no, si Sir James Simenes. Tapos feel ko yung problema niya. Nararamdaman natin, no, kung gaano kalaki yung nagiging impact ng mga disinformation sa mga electoral bodies katulad ng COMELEC, and how difficult it is for them to fight yung mga instances ng disinformation. Pero mukhang ngayon mas prepared, mas nakapaghanda and mas planado kung paano sila magre-respond. Sa election day, yung mga pwedeng example ng but first, yung number one, no, to keep voters from voting. Why would you want to do that? Kasi po pwedeng ikaw na tumatakbo, mahina ka sa isang area. So mas maganda pang hindi bumoto yung mga tao kesa bumoto sila nang hindi naman ikaw yung iboboto. So ang example nito halimbawa ay magpakalat ng picture ng voting area, eskwelahan, na ang daming tao na walang face mask, tapos siksikan, tapos sabihin na, tingnan mo dito sa eskwelahan na to, maghahawaan sila ng COVID. So kung ikaw nanonood ka, nakita mo yan, nakita mo sa post ng friends mo or somewhere, magdadalawang isip ka kung gusto mong bumoto dahil baka magkasakit ka or makuha mo yung virus at ipasa mo sa pamilya mo. Of course, the security and safety of family would always come first. Tapos, another example is claims of violence in certain voting areas, and then fabricated stories of withdrawal of certain candidates. Kung pre-election meron yung mga fabricated disqualification stories, pwede rin namang may mga withdrawal stories before or even on election day itself. Ito yung isang infamous na halimbawa, no? When Bong Revilla and his wife voted in 2019 elections, they were showing off yung kanilang finger na merong indelible ink. And then these two photos circulated, hindi na siya forefinger, naging middle finger. And then, yung isa naman, meron daw si Bong na hawak na, Senator Bong pala, na hawak na pentel pen na marker na allegedly ay kinuha niya from the people manning the precinct. Since it's posting just a few hours, no, after it was posted, the photo with the middle finger has garnered 5,600 likes and over 12,000 shares, while the photo with the marker has over 4,900 likes and 2,600 shares. So ganun kabilis kumalat ang disinformation. Sa post-election, anong intention? To discredit the results of the elections or yung process sa loob ng electoral exercise. To question the victory of certain groups. So it may not be the entire election, but only part of the results. And then it may be in certain areas or in general, the election in general. Madalas, this is used as basis for protests, no, or justify possible legal actions after the elections. So dun sa tatlong klaseng misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, kung minsan halimbawa katulad ng glitch na binanggit kanina ni Sir James Simenes tungkol dun sa enye, no, dun sa pangalan. Ang dali niyang gawa ng storya, no, ang dali niyang palakihin kasi people were still evaluating kung ano yung mangyayari kapag nag-automation na. So the smallest na mga nakikita nila, na-observe nila, ang daling gamitin para dun sa mga tao or grupo na gustong siraan ang isang activity or the electoral exercise, pwede nilang tuntungan yon. And it's always easy or easier to believe kapag merong certain grain of truth, no? Katulad nung, totoo na naman, yung usapin dun sa enye, no? So ayun, ano yung mga examples pa ay yung mga reports ng dumped ballots or mga ballot boxes na nakita kung saan-saan, and then reports of incidents of cheating. Yung mga dump na ballots, ito yung madaling ito yung isang example that happened in the US. Pictures of ballot envelopes in California were shared thousands of times on Facebook, along with further unsubstantiated claims of vote rigging. But it turned out that the ones in the photo are of old empty envelopes from the November 2018 elections that were disposed of as allowed by law. So yun. Most of the, gusto ko lang na most of the examples that I showed you came from check.ph, except for the US election example. Pero yung mga Philippine elections incidents ay nanggaling from check.ph. This is a collaborative effort ng mga academic institutions ng UP, De La Salle, Ateneo. It was and also by some media organizations, no, like ABS-CBN, Philippine Star, Rappler, Vera Files, etc. So, maganda pong tingnan to kasi naka-akpas sila at magandang balikan, no, kung ano yung mga nangyari noong nakaraang eleksyon. Ano yung resulta, ano yung epekto ng disinformation sa democracy at dun sa information ecosystem? So ito yung result. It's weakened democracy and wearing down of the information ecosystem. Information has always been power. In fact, ang sinasabi nila ngayon, hindi na gold bar yung pinakamahalaga. Kung sino yung may hawak ng information, siya na yung may hawak ng kapangyarihan. Lalo na ngayon, sa takbo ng teknolohiya, mas lalong mahalaga kung na mahawakan yung information. Ngayon, nung unang panahon, nung bata pa po ako, at saka siguro si Ariel, ang daluyan ng information the traditional platforms, kung gusto mong isuppress, no, i-shutdown mo yung mga platforms na to. Pero ngayon, because you have social media, and everybody now is a producer, no? Kapag nag-post ka sa account mo ng ganito, nakita mo, ito yung picture, you are now not just a consumer of news, but you are now also a producer. So pag ikaw ay producer or pag lahat tayo ay ganon yung level of access, so mas madali, no, malaman kung alin yung totoo at hindi totoo. So ang technique ngayon sa pagkakalat para maging effective ang disinformation is bagsakan mo ng tonelada na disinformation para umabot sa point na hindi na ma-distinguish ng reader o ng viewer. Alin nga ba yung totoo? And then sabi nga nila, banggitin mo lang araw-araw, eventually it would sound, it start to sound as if it's true. So, yun. Ganon yung nangyayari at ganon yung technique, no, na ginagamit sa disinformation. Ang epekto nito, because people now are not getting the right information and therefore are unable to make their decision based on the correct information, nagkakaroon tayo ng problema. Whether yung decision niya ay kung bibili ba siya ng galunggong o ng baboy o kung sino yung iboboto niya pagdating ng araw ng halalan. These are decisions na dapat ay nakabatay sa kung ano yung totoo at kung ano yung nakabubuti sa mas marami. But if you are bombarded with so many disinformation and misinformation, it becomes more and more difficult to discern which is true and which is not true. Okay. Last bullet. The Oxygen of Amplification. This is a study. This is the title of the study made by Whitney Phillips. This is a good read. I hope you will find time to read this research kasi maganda siya, no? It talks about journalism and disinformation. Ang sinasabi sa research ni Whitney Phillips ay yung coverage ng bad actors and manipulators of information. When we cover them, we give them a certain level of visibility and legitimacy, that their ideology metastasize from being peripheral to principal. So kapag kino-cover natin itong mga tao, itong mga sources of misinformation and disinformation, binibigyan natin siya ng level of visibility. Kasi news ka media ka. So pag kinover mo sila, kinote mo sila, pinakita mo yung mukha nila sa television screen, pinagawa mo silang mas visible, and you give them legitimacy. To the point na yung dating mga sinagsasabi nila nasa sideline lang, nagiging siyang dominant o nagiging siyang principal at lalong pinag-uusapan. So ito yung dapat pag-isipan ng mga journalist. But for me, it's not just journalist. No? It's not just journalistic amplification. Kasi sabi nga natin, kapag ikaw ay naglalabas na ng impormasyon, ikaw ay producer. So it's not just the journalists who should think about this, but even ordinary people who use their platforms, who use their social media accounts, no, to post, to report or to provide information. So merong dangers of amplification. So sa study, binigay niya yung pros and cons ng journalistic amplification. Sinasabi niya ng research na to, na kapag kinover mo, you amplify it. At ito yung resulta. It normalizes and desensitizes people to harmful views. Nasasanay tayo sa pagmumura, sa pagsisinungaling, at parang nagiging, yun na yung karaniwan. Tapos the next time, magre-react ka pa rin, hindi naman totoo yan, pero parang mas mababa na yung outrage. Hanggang eventually, hindi mo na siya pinapansin because you have become desensitized. Then next, it makes bad actors bigger, more visible, and influential. It allows bad actors to control the narrative, yung kwento, yung usapan. Sila yung pagtingin nila yung mas nagdo-dominate. It flattens more complicated and contested conversation. No? Sinisimplify yung discussion, hindi mas malalim, no? O napagdedebatihan ng mas mabuti. And then it increases the likelihood of harassment. Yan. Ito, madalas na nangyayari. Kasama dito yung mga tinatawag na red tagging, no? On the other hand, not amplify, not cover, and report it in the news or post in your own social media account, ito naman yung pwedeng reason not to do it. One, someone else will get to the story first and maybe get it wrong. So mas malaki yung problema. At least kung ikaw yung gumawa nun dahil mas inuunawa mo yung situation, you would probably get it right and do a better story. Next, you risk missing an opportunity to educate the public. So, and this is, I think, where some of the fact-checking efforts, no? Kaya natin sina-fact-check, pinipick up, and then we publish because it's an opportunity for education para mas malaman ano yung tama at mali at paano mo inaalam kung alin yung tama at mali. It allows the poisonous ideology to flourish and seeds cultural territory. So, hindi mo kasi pinababayaan mo na ito yung ito yung kumalat. No? And then it doesn't mean that the issue, whatever it is, will go away. So those are the pros and cons. I think ang kailangan natin gawin, ang pinaka-lesson dito sa pagpapakita nito is that we also have to be very careful sa kung paano natin kino-cover yung disinformation or even the sources of disinformation. Hindi siya simple dapat na he said, she said kind of reporting. Hindi rin pwedeng live stream mo lang ng tuloy-tuloy, then pabayaan mo na nang walang any sort of verification about the statements being made. Ito yung gusto kong isang part ng study. Last slide na lang po ito. Merong analogy about journalism and yung redwood trees. Wala nito sa Pilipinas. Pero this is the kind of tree na yung ugat niya develops as far as 100 meters away. Lumalaki siya ng sobrang lawak at umaabot sa point na nag-i-intertwine yung mga ugat niya na hindi mo na ma-identify kung saan nanggagaling yung nutrients or yung poison kasi nag-share na sila ng mga ugat nila. Ganito rin daw po yung journalism. So sabi ni Whitney Phillips, the roots intertwine so densely that they can deliver nutrients or poisons to entirely different trees, so densely that it can be difficult to determine where one tree ends and another begins. Each facet of journalism feeds into all the others. So lahat po ng aspeto ng journalism ay nag-feed sa iba pa, no? What happens in the news reaches into social media, bounces back to search when we search, rolls into advertising, creeps across pop culture, and loops through our living rooms and lodges in our hearts. So yung analogy between the tree and journalism, katulad din daw ng sa puno na naapektuhan yung kanyang paglaki ng ano yung klase ng lupa, o kung nagkaroon ng sunog or magkaroon ng ulan. Lahat itong mga factor na to ay naapektuhan yung paglaki ng puno. Ganon din yung journalism, naapektuhan din siya ng iba-ibang factors, magmula sa kalagayan ng mga journalists, ng mga media workers, sa sariling buhay ng mga reporters, sa takbo ng mga newsrooms, ay nangyayari sa environment, sa community, sa politika. Lahat ito ay nakaka-impluwensya. Kung ano yung mga stories na lalabas, ano yung stories na hindi lalabas, and ano yung magiging epekto nito sa kabuuang ecosystem, no, ng media. So when considering the future of journalism and more broadly, the future of democracy, yung interconnection of trees, of roots, of the institutions, this is what catapults the political stakes clean through the tree line. So pag sinabi natin catapults, diba, tumataas, mas mataas or umaalag, beyond the tree line, no? Lumalagpas yung stake, lagpas-lagpas dun sa tree line. We must find ways to defend against narrative hijacking na nangyayari dahil sa disinformation and targeted antagonisms and media manipulations. Because these issues don't end at the edge of news. Because there is no edge of the news. So, basahin po ninyo yung study. Maganda po siya. Makakatulong siyang makapagpaunawa ng ano yung halaga ng journalism. Paano ito naapektuhan ng disinformation. At ngayong panahon ng eleksyon, mas makikita natin yung lalong higit kahalagahan ng independent reporting. That's it.
Thank you, Weng, for that discussion. Very interesting yung question that she posited earlier, especially for journalists and those who are studying media. Kailangan ba nating mag-take ng active role para maiwasan ang pag-amplify ng disinformation or misinformation? In other countries, we have seen that. More recently sa US, when the media there would just suddenly cut off the broadcast kay President Trump because they felt that he was spewing disinformation or outright lies. Dito sa atin, parang we have not seen that kind of action yet. But we really have to ask ourselves, given that we acknowledge that there's such a concept as oxygen of amplification, do we allow ourselves to be unwitting actors to that kind of amplification? So at this point, I'd like to call Marinette Retona, researcher and reporter of Vera Files, and she will be discussing Promise Walang Lokohan. Marinette?
Thank you po, Ma'am Joyce. Hello po, ako po si Marinette, and let me just share my screen quickly. Ayan, okay. So hello po sa ating lahat. Sana buhay po yung mga natitirang participants na nandito pa rin sa Zoom call natin, no? And I am Marinette Retona, a reporter po for Vera Files. And for the next 25 minutes or so, susubukan ko pong ituro sa inyo yung basics ng fact-checking at social media verification na sana po ay magamit ninyo para kayo mismo yung makapag-debunk ng mga kumakalat na maling impormasyon both online and offline. At syempre, sana magamit din natin yung natutunan natin at matututunan pa natin ngayong araw para maging educated voters tayo sa darating na eleksyon. So magsisimula po ako sa pag-introduce sa inyo kung ano ang Vera Files. Ang Vera Files po ay isang non-profit media organization which was founded in 2008 by 6 women veteran journalists. And for everyone's information, ang ibig sabihin po ng Vera ay true o totoo sa Latin. However, our difference from other media organizations you are all familiar with ay hindi kami nagbe-breaking news. Instead, we produce more in-depth reports on issues relevant both to Filipinos and the Philippines. Gaya ng nakapag-produce na po kami before ng reports about human trafficking, rights of persons with disability, different environmental issues, and road safety. At first, hindi pa po kami nagpa-fact check until dumating yung year 2016, which as we know, is the election year which gave the presidency to President Rodrigo Duterte. During that year, naisipan po ng former trustee namin and co-founder ng Vera Files na si Professor Yvonne Chua na magpa-activity sa journalism class niya sa College of Mass Communication sa UP Diliman. And what the class did is they monitored statements and claims made by yung mga kandidato sa national positions during that election year. And then, kung may mali dun sa mga claims or may mga misleading silang claims na binitawan, they fact-check them. The class fact-checked them. And the class activity was turned out to be a success. So eventually, Vera Files decided to continue the initiative. The project was first called Is That So? O Totoo Ba? Ganyan. Hanggang sa tinawag na siyang Vera Files Fact Check, which is what we call it today. So, and this is where I tell you na if you look at how our fact-checking work started, nagsimula lang talaga siya sa isang class activity in a university. And I know na maraming university students ngayon na nasa webinar na ito or nakikinig, kasama natin ngayon dito. At ang nag-spearhead lang talaga nito were students, like many of you here. So in simple words, fact-checking is something which you should not only do, but is also something that is definitely something you can do. So, ganun lang. Madali lang ang fact-checking. Gusto naming ipaalam sa inyo na it's something that's enjoyable to do and it's something that you can definitely do. Pero bago ang lahat, ano ba muna itong pinag-uusapan nating fact-checking? Fact-checking is the act of determining kung ang isang statement or non-fictional text ay totoo o tama. So, stress natin yung non-fictional text. Kasi yun lang yung fina-fact-check natin at hindi tayo nagpa-fact-check ng fictional text or statements. Ito yung mga kathang isip or yung mga gawa-gawa lang talagang hinugot sa hangin, imbento, ganyan. Kasi in the first place, they are not real or they are not real or they are not true, yung mga fictional text. And just to debunk popular belief, and I believe na mention na din to ni Ms. Weng kanina, na fact-checking o yung discipline of verification ay hindi naman siya something na bago. So una, matagal nang ginagawa ng mga journalist yung pagpa-fact-check or ng mga members ng media itong pagpa-fact-check because it is part of our job to make sure na totoo yung impormasyon na sinasama namin dun sa sinusulat namin. And alam ko rin na kahit kayo, you have been fact-checking all this time. Kapag halimbawa, nagsusulat kayo ng paper for a subject or gumagawa kayo ng thesis ninyo for your university, di ba, you make sure that you cite credible sources and that the things you mention in your researches are true and correct. And that's fact-checking. But that is fact-checking which you do before a text is published or aired or broadcasted. Pero, yung work na ginagawa ng fact-checking organizations katulad ng Vera Files, ito yung pagpa-fact-check after a text was already published or a statement was already made. May mga nakabasa na ng statement, may mga nakarinig na from interviews or whatsoever, at possibly na-share na siya sa ibang mga tao. And in this day and age, mahalaga i-emphasize yung demand for urgency ng pagpa-fact-check ng mga ganitong klase ng impormasyon. Lalo na yung mga kumakalat through digital platforms, yung information all over the internet. Kasi yung pagpa-fact check na ginagawa ng journalists, it involves the participation of editors or an editor kung sino yung nagdo-double check. Siya yung nagdo-double check kung talagang totoo yung impormasyon na sinasama ng journalist sa report niya. Pero ngayon, tayo mismo na noon ay consumer lang ng information ay naging producers na rin ngayon. Because platforms where we could publish or broadcast or just do a live broadcast of our own thoughts, of our opinion, of our own truths, so to speak, ang naging very accessible na yung mga platforms na to. And dahil dito, nawawala yung mahalagang layer or stage ng editing and vetting. Walang nag-edit na editors for us kasi nilalagay lang agad natin yung impormasyon. Pinuput it out there lang natin nang hindi chine-check ng kung sino man. And because of that, the risk of publishing or peddling this information is also higher. That is why we need to fact check. So going back, we have 2 ongoing projects under Verifile's fact check. The first one is kung saan minomonitor namin yung statements and claims made by public figures. So kasama dito yung mga government officials, influencers, vloggers, even mga artista. So we look into their claims para alamin kung may sinasabi ba silang hindi totoo, nakapanliligaw, o kaya misleading, o yung mga kung naibaba yung stand nila from their previous stance on certain issues. So this is what we call flip-flops. An example for this is this fact check which we produced in June 2019, debunking a claim made by Senator Bato de la Rosa kung saan sinabi niya na he received the most number of votes among senatoriable sa Metro Manila during the 2019 elections. But in truth, when we fact-checked it, nalaman namin na pang-anim lang siya sa rank ng senatoriable sa NCR. We also produce fact sheets under this project. Ito yung, these are not fact checks, so they do not necessarily debunk claims, pero mas nag-e-explain sila or nagbibigay sila ng further necessary context about certain issues and topics. So halimbawa nito, itong nilabas namin na fact sheet noon pa ring 2019 on senatoriables, kung saan nakadetalye kung sino-sino sila, ano yung mga napasa nilang batas or ano yung mga nagawa nilang maayos nung nasa office pa sila, and kung anong stand nila sa pressing issues, may existing controversies ba sila, so on and so forth. So bawat election year, we produce fact sheets like this. And another one is itong fact sheet namin, debunking the top 5 voting rumors which circulated noon pa ring 2019 elections. Yung pangalawa naman naming project under Verifile's fact check ay yung pagpa-fact check namin ng inaccurate information na kumakalat online. So we do this in partnership with Facebook under its third-party fact-checking program. Isa kami dun sa 3 partners nila dito sa Pilipinas. So an example of this ay yung mga example ng claim na kumalat na na-fact-check namin under this project ay yung report tungkol sa statement daw ni spokesperson James Simenes na kasama natin kanina noong 2019 elections about a supposed cheating incident during the 2019 elections. Pero nung finact-check namin, wala namang naging ganong pronouncement or kahit anong comment or statement si Spok Simenes. Still during the 2019 elections, may nag-viral na video na sabi meron daw mga pre-shaded ballots na nag-i-exist. So, syempre, magugulantang yung mga tao. Pre-shaded na pala yung mga balota, bakit pa ako boboto? Pero, nung finact-check namin yung video, apparently, yung ballot nakita dun sa video ay isang fake ballot. Kasi, when we compared the features of the ballot in the video with the features of an actual ballot, magkaiba sila. So, na-rate namin siya as fake, hindi siya totoo. So, these kinds of information which proliferate online, ito yung sanay na sanay tayong tawagin bilang fake news, which na-mention I don't think na-mention, kahapon ata yun. Pero so, ito yung tawag nating fake news, and actually, dinidiscourage na namin yung paggamit ng term na fake news. Bakit? There are several reasons. Una, kasi naging catch-all phrase na siya. Lahat na lang tinawag na fake news. Ayaw ko sa opinion mo, fake news ka sa akin. May politician na ayaw dun sa na-report ng isang legitimate media organization, fake news yung media outlet na yon. Kahit satire which is supposedly hindi talaga dapat i-take as true kasi dapat labeled talaga siya as satire, tinetake siya as true, nagiging fake news siya, tinatawag siyang fake news. Pangalawang rason, hindi naman lahat ng kumakalat na may mali or misleading na claim ay in the form of a news. Minsan, photo lang sila, minsan pa nga, meme, minsan vlog, minsan video, edited video, as in edited video, and then minsan in other formats pa na kung ano mang kaya nating isipin na other format. So, hindi siya nagpe-pretend as news. Pero, nevertheless, nakakapag-disinform siya ng mga tao, nakakapag-mislead siya ng tao. And at the same time, hindi din lahat ay fake. Kasi may sabi nga ni Miss Claire Wardell from First Draft na isang organization which aims to counter online disinformation. Sabi niya, yung pinaka-impactful nga daw na kind of disinformation ay yung merong hint ng katotohanan sa kanila. May kernel of truth. Pero ang nangyayari, tinitwist lang siya or tinitweak lang siya para makapag-mislead siya. So, hindi siya necessarily 100% imbento, hindi siya necessarily fake, pero nakakapag-mislead pa rin siya or nakakapag-disinform pa rin siya ng mga tao. And panghuling reason, kaya hindi tama yung term na fake news ay dahil isa siyang oxymoron, meaning kinokontra niya yung sarili niya. So, kasi diba yung balita, by definition, and dapat naman talaga, ang balita ay totoo. Pero kapag nilagyan mo ng fake na word as modifier of news, then it stops being news. So, instead of using the term fake news to refer to this kind of wrong information or inaccurate information, let's use a more accurate term like misinformation or disinformation. So, ano ba yung disinformation? Disinformation, according sa UNESCO, is information that is false and deliberately created. Ito yung keyword dito, deliberately created to harm a person, a social group, an organization, or even a country. Ano naman yung misinformation para ma-differentiate natin, and dahil often naririnig din natin na papalit sila ng gamit, misinformation naman is information that is false. Sabi nga ni Ms. Weng kanina na pasadahan na niya ito, pero it was not created with the intent to cause harm. So, kung yung disinformation ay sinadya na gawing hindi totoo, yung misinformation naman, hindi siya totoo pero hindi sinadya na gawing hindi totoo. So, ang question dito ay nasa intent, sinadya ba or hindi. Yun yung difference. And that means, it's really more accurate to use the term disinformation to refer to statements or content na deliberately na ginawa para makapanlin lang ng mga tao. Now, okay, let's proceed to talk about fact-checking in the context of the elections. Na-mention na din to ni Ms. Weng kanina, but just to reintroduce it to you, dito sa Pilipinas, nagkaroon na ng initiative to counter disinformation na kumakalat during the election year of 2019, and it's called check.ph. This website is still live. You could visit it by going to check.ph, as in yan yung spelling. And it's a collaborative fact-check effort or project involving members of the academe and members of the media, and them trying to counter disinforming statements and content na kumalat noon in the context of the Philippine elections in 2019. Okay, now, so alam na natin kung ano yung disinformation, yung misinformation, and yung efforts in fact-checking ng mga ito, yung efforts ng different groups and organizations to fact-check or to counter this kind of information. The next question is, paano ba talaga tayo pwedeng mag-fact-check? Paano tayo mag-fact-check? And allow me to share with you 3 of the most basic verification skills you need in fact-checking, and which we, ourselves, who do fact-checking as a job, we also use these things in our work as fact-checkers. So yung una, yung tinatawag nating lateral reading. So lateral reading is a technique in researching wherein aalis ka sa isang website para i-check kung yung sinasabi ba ng website na yun about a certain issue or topic or information is the same as yung sinasabi ng other legitimate websites about the same information. So in simple words, it means opening new tabs. So paano kaya ito ginagawa? Let's look at this example. So, kunwari nakita nyo to sa Twitter feed ninyo habang nagtitwitter kayo one night. Tapos, ang sabi dito sa tweet na ito ng Rappler, sabi raw ni Davao City Mayor and Presidential Daughter Sara Duterte, hindi naman daw requirement para sa mga senador na maging honest. So, you will be doing vertical reading if, for example, you open this link and then you read the article. So, that's vertical reading for you. Babasahin mo yung article And then you would stop there nang hindi mo chine-check kung totoo ba o hindi yung claim ni Sara Duterte na hindi required ng honesty para sa mga senador. But what we are trying to do here is lateral reading, not vertical reading. So to do lateral reading, what you would do is you open new tabs, let's say 3 new tabs. Tapos you go to a search engine for each of the tab. So in my case, I use Google. And then you type what you think are necessary keywords related to the claim that you are checking. So for example, ito yung mga Google search na ginawa ko related dun sa statement ni Duterte. Una, gusto kong malaman, ano bang requirements para sa mga gustong kumandidato bilang senador sa Pilipinas? Pangalawa, kasi konteksto ng elections Pangalawa, ano naman requirements para sa mga government officials natin? And pangatlo, gusto kong i-check sa ibang news organizations or sa ibang legitimate sources yung sinabi ni Sara Duterte in case hindi pala kompleto yung quotation na na-cite dun sa una kong binasang article or meron pa akong other necessary context na kailangang malaman about the statement. And nung nirun ko tong searches na to, etong pangatlo pa lang na Google search, it already gave me results that are very helpful in my lateral reading. And these are the existing fact checks debunking Duterte's claim. Okay, so itong top 2 fact check na agad yan. Let's try opening them. Tingnan natin kung anong sinasabi nila. So if you read it, you would discover that both our Verifiles and Rappler's fact check said that yung claim ni Sara Duterte ay hindi totoo, na misleading yung claim niya na saying na hindi requirement yung honesty para sa mga senador, because what she failed to mention is that lahat ng government officials are actually required to observe good moral character, which is obviously it includes the person's honesty or a person's honesty. Basic requirement siya para sa lahat ng government officials. And of course, kung gusto mong maging government official, then requirement na rin yun para sa'yo. And as you can see, dito pa lang, na-disprove na natin yung sinabi ni Duterte, na fact-check na agad natin siya. Pero, what we want you to do is to encourage more in-depth lateral reading. So how could you do that? Makikita nyo dito may mga links sa mga fact-check and even sa ibang articles na nakikita nyo or nababasa nyo online. Usually, mga naka-hyperlink yung sources ng mga impormasyon na yan. So you could do further lateral reading if you click on those links, asking, for example, etong Republic Act 6713, tatanong mo sa sarili mo, wait lang, ano bang talagang sinasabi ng law about requirements for government officials? Or talaga bang may sinasabi explicitly yung law na kailangan required yung honesty for government officials? So what you do, lateral reading ulit, pipindutin natin itong link na to. And when I clicked it, the hyperlink led me to this page by the Official Gazette, which as we know is where the laws of our land are published. And nung binasa ko yung law, nakita ko sa section 2 pa lang na it says that public officials and employees shall accomplish their duties and with utmost responsibility, integrity, competence, and loyalty, among others. So may 4 na minention na values: responsibility, integrity, competence, loyalty. Wala naman palang honesty. So baka naman hindi talaga required yung honesty sa government officials, kagaya ng sabi ni Sara Duterte. But again, if you do further lateral reading and research by simply, for example, opening a new tab and then you search for the meaning of these 4 values, ano bang definition nitong 4 na to na in-enumerate sa law, you might come across this dictionary entry in Oxford University Press's Lexico, which defines integrity. So ito yung isa sa 4 na na-enumerate, di ba? It defines integrity as the quality of being honest. So then, is honesty a requirement for government officials and specifically for a senator? Our lateral reading says yes. So basically, you're doing lateral reading kapag hindi ka lang nakadepend sa isang source dun sa impormasyon na paniniwalaan mo. What you do is you check other legitimate sources kung talagang yung impormasyon na nabasa mo sa isang source ay kaparehas ng sinasabi ng ibang legitimate sources. And hindi lang ng isang legitimate sources ng marami pang iba. And what are the unspoken words here is that fact-checking demands skepticism. It demands you to be skeptical, which demands you to demands time and patience. Kasi kapag skeptical ka, i-check mo lahat dapat. It asks you to read from various sources, to dig deeper, and to check everything. And that's what we need to do. when it comes to lateral reading and in general to fact-checking. Okay, moving on. The second basic fact-checking skill that I want to teach you is what we call source checking. So ito yung ine-evaluate natin kung credible ba or reliable or legitimate, hindi yung impormasyon na nakikita natin, kundi yung source niya. Kasi it says something na kapag reliable or credible or legitimate yung source, baka pwede na nating or ma-consider or a check na agad yun, isang check na agad yun sa pagpa-fact check natin na baka naman reliable and credible din yung information. So that's what you call source checking. But just to clarify, source checking is just a part of fact checking. Hindi siya stand-alone. Hindi porket na source check nyo tapos na prove nyo na legitimate yung source ay automatic ay totoo na yung impormasyon na galing sa kanya. Hindi ganun palagi. Pero what I'm telling you is you could check this or you could do this in checking yung legitimacy ng mga sources ng impormasyon na nakikita natin. So let's look at an example. Ito na-mention to kanina, yung biglang yung mga lumalabas na survey, yung mga kumakalat na survey sa kasagsagan ng election before or during the election. So, ang dami laging ganyan, election surveys, lalo na sa social media. Now, wala namang mali kung may mga ganitong survey, pero nagiging dangerous siya kapag kumakalat siya, tinitake siya as official, as legitimate, pero hindi naman pala siya official, hindi naman pala siya galing sa legitimate polling body. So, para maiwasan natin to, we need to check the legitimacy of these surveys. And one thing to do is to check kung yung nagpa-survey ba ay legitimate o hindi. So, halimbawa, ito, just this month na flag namin to. May kumalat na status update sa Facebook. Breaking news daw. Meron na naman daw presidential survey kung saan nakakuha si Mayor Sara Duterte ng 94%. And dun sa same survey, 5% lang daw yung nakuha ni VP Lenny at 1% lang yung nakuha ni Senator Grace Poe. So when we fact-check the posts, na-trace namin yung original claim dito sa screenshot na ito of a Twitter poll for Lady President. Tapos makikita natin sa screenshot na meron lang siyang 582 votes at may natitira pa siyang 5 days and 17 hours bago mag-close yung poll. But if you look at it, same yung figures. Nagba-match yung figures na nandito. Diba? Now, so what we did is we looked for the account, nakita dito sa screenshot na to, yung account na Vote Now sa Twitter. And nahanap namin siya at ang napansin naman agad namin ay yung various red flags na nagsasabi sa amin na wait lang, parang hindi naman legitimate polling body itong account na to. For example, meron lang siyang 256 followers. For an official polling body or survey or yung official organization na nagsasurvey, that's a relatively low count of following. But I would like to emphasize na hindi porket mataas yung following ay legitimate or credible, and alam niyo yan. Second, nung September 2020 lang siya nagawa, it's a relatively new account. And based sa experience namin sa pagpa-fact check, marami sa mga disinformation peddlers yung mga bagong gawang account lang. And lastly, etong dalawang photos na ginamit niya for its cover photo and its display photo, mga stock images lang sila na readily available sa internet. So walang indication dun sa account na official siya, making it very dubious and not credible. Now, what we did is hinanap namin itong tweet na to, specific tweet na to na Vote Now. And we found this. Natapos pala yung poll with 14,644 votes. Malayong-malayo dun sa 582 votes dun sa screenshot kanina. And actually, hindi naman pala si Mayor Sara Duterte yung nanalo dun sa poll, kundi si VP Lenny Robredo. So, paano natin pwedeng i-fact check through source checking yung mga ganitong posts ng accounts claiming to be official? First, punta muna tayo sa websites. Una, we could check the URL of the website. Is it claiming to be an official government office in our country? If that's the case, kailangan yung URL niya ay may .gov.ph extension, which is the official extension of all government offices in the country, in the Philippines. Kapag naman US office daw siya, for example, US government office, dapat yung extension niya ay .gov. Kapag naman educational institution siya ay .edu. And if it's claiming to be the website of a news organization, it's best that you check the other social media accounts or other channels of that news organization and i-check nyo kung yung website na ito yung connected dun sa mga social media accounts na official ng news organization. Next, we could look at the about page of the website. Ang about page, nandito usually kung ano yung mission and vision ng organization behind the website, and minsan or madalas kapag media organization, nandito din naka-enumerate sino ba yung mga tao behind this media organization. And it's a form of the website or the organization of showing accountability. And so now, if a website does not have an about page or kaduda-duda siya or napakarami niyang grammatical and capitalization errors for a media organization na supposedly bine-vet lahat bago nila i-release, magduda na kayo na baka naman pala hindi siya legitimate na news organization or website. But I would also warn you that a perfect about page does not mean that it is legitimate. Meron kasing mga sobrang utak na disinformation peddlers na ang ginagawa nila, nagka-copy sila ng about page ng legitimate websites, legitimate news organizations para makapagbigay ng false sense of legitimacy doon sa fake website nila. So, parang one red flag na agad yun na dapat ninyong i-check lagi. And lastly, the contact us page, another way of an organization or of a website to show accountability. Kasi nandito yung kung paano mo sila ma-reach, paano mo sila ma-contact. For example, they published a wrong information, pwede nyo silang ma-contact through different channels para ma-call out nyo sila. So, dito kayo pwedeng pumunta sa contact us page. But, if walang contact us page or nakakaduda or imbis na sila yung magbigay sa inyo ng email, ng phone number nila, kayo pa yung hinihinga ng personal information ninyo. Una, wag niyong ibibigay yung personal information ninyo. And pangalawa, mag-isip kayo kung dapat nyo bang paniwalaan yung impormasyon na nanggagaling sa kanila. And third, for social media accounts naman tayo, ang una nating pwedeng tingnan ay yung pangalan ng page or ng account. Is it claiming to be an official organization, official government office? Kapag ganon, pwede nyo uling i-counter-check or i-cross-check dun sa mga existing official social media accounts, for example, nung government agency or office na yon or nung celebrity na yon. Pwede din naman na indication yung blue badge or yung verified badge, but a warning that not all official government offices have the blue badge sa Facebook and sa Twitter. Minsan kasi official naman sila pero wala sila nung blue badge. So hindi din siya clear-cut indicator. So pwede niyo siyang i-check pero hindi niya maagad masasabi sa inyo kung official yung page na yon or account na yon or hindi. Next, the date created. Sabi ko nga kanina, madalas sa mga disinformation peddlers bagong gawa yung account nila. And it pays to check, it is important to check the date creation of a page or an account kasi it would tell you na, for example, ang tagal-tagal na nung institution. For example, it's claiming that it is a DSWD agency or DSWD official account. So, ang tagal-tagal ng institution DSWD. Pero ginawa lang yung account last month. Pero, tapos kapag sinearch nyo sa Facebook, makakahanap kayo ng DSWD Facebook page na una, may verified badge at pangalawa, ang tagal-tagal ng nagawang account. So, checking the date created of a page could give you a hint kung totoo siya or nagpapanggap lang siya. And balikan ko lang din yung date created, pwede nyo din palang i-check dun sa page history ng isang page, Facebook page for example, kung nagbago siya ng pangalan. Kasi baka pala 2 months ago or a year ago, Facebook page siya ng isang artista o ng kung sino mang Korean group out there. Tapos biglang a year later, naging page siya ng government office. So, that's already a red flag for you para magduda dun sa page na, sa legitimacy ng page na yon. And lastly, it's also good to check if the page or the account has patterns in its post. Kasi dito nyo makikita kung may biases siya, kung clear yung political leaning niya, and ultimately, kung ano yung values and ideologies na fino-forward niya sa mga posts niya. Sabi ko na to, the number of subscribers and followers does not equate to an account's credibility and legitimacy. This means a follower count should not be the basis of trustworthiness. And last, basic fact-checking skill that I want to share with you is what we call reverse image searching. What is this? It is when you search, but instead of using text, you use photos. Litrato yung gagamitin ninyo sa pag-search. So the important thing to remember about this is you should be able to find the first or the earliest retrievable copy of a photo. So this copy ideally gives you everything that you need to know about the photo. The context of the photo, who took the photo, when was the photo when and where was it taken, when and where was it uploaded, who uploaded it first, and ultimately, ano yung context tungkol saan yung photo, ano yung makikita mo dun sa photo. And through reverse image searching, marami ng viral posts and claims ang na-fact-check ng mga fact-check organizations, which either, in the context of the election, they either target certain candidates or certain political parties, or pinapabangon nila yung pangalan ng certain candidates and certain political parties. Usually, mga edited photos ito, kagaya nitong pinakita kanina ni Ms. Weng, na rally daw ng hugpong ng pagbabago slate, na billion-billion daw yung umattend. But when the fact-check organization reverse image searched this, nakuha nila or nahanap nila itong upper part ng photo it was a photo of former President Donald Trump's inauguration. Former US President Donald Trump's inauguration. So minsan din naman, totoo yung photo pero ginamit siya sa maling konteksto. Now, gusto ko po sana ituro kung paano gawin yung step-by-step na reverse image searching, but medyo madugo ang reverse image searching. Although, we made it as simple as possible dito sa 5th episode ng Promise Walang Lokohan, which is a tutorial series, video tutorial series we produced in Verifile. So sa episode na to, tinuro namin yung online tools, free online tools na pwede ninyong magamit para makapag-fact-check kayo ng mga litrato. So you may go to bit.ly/PWL_RIS, or you may visit our YouTube account, Verifiles, and subscribe na din kayo sa channel namin. Okay, so alam na natin yung basics ng fact-checking, disinformation, ano yung fact-checking, and ano yung efforts against it. Now, we ask ourselves, bakit ba natin kailangang mag-fact-check? Kung familiar kayo with this one, ito yung Cambridge Analytica and Facebook scandal or controversy na nangyari or na-expose noong 2018. And what happened here is that yung British firm na Cambridge Analytica, it's an company which offers political consultation to various political leaders and political powers all over the world. And what it did is it illegally collected Facebook data of millions of Facebook users, including Filipinos. And they used that data or that information para mag-profile or i-profile yung mga botanteng Facebook users, and tinailor nila sa information na yon yung political campaigns ng mga kliyente nila. So ang sabi, what Cambridge Analytica did actually made a huge impact or influence sa naging result ng 2016 national elections sa United States, kung saan nanalo si Donald Trump. Pero it seems na hindi lang pala sa Amerika nagkaroon ng effect itong scandal na ito or controversy na ito, dahil nadamay din talaga ang mga Pilipino. In an interview with Rappler, Christopher William, who is the whistleblower of the whole Cambridge Analytica controversy, he revealed na Philippines was used as a petri dish. So para siyang experiment, ganon. Ginamit siyang petri dish nung research ng Cambridge Analytica para i-test yung techniques na eventually ay in-apply nila sa West, so sa US and sa UK. And to kind of support this statement, Facebook eventually revealed in a release na pangalawa yung Pilipinas sa pinagkunan illegally ng Cambridge Analytica ng user data. And even researchers on this information, nakikita nila yung Pilipinas o nabansagan na nila yung Pilipinas as one of the top examples of how this information was used to influence the elections conducted in a country. And so, for instance, Professor Jonathan Ong of the University of Massachusetts Amherst even called the presidential campaign of President Duterte as patient zero in the current era of disinformation. Bakit kaya naging successful itong disinformation campaign na ito? Professor Ong said na ito ay dahil nag-employ yung campaign ng technique kung saan tinrigger nung campaign yung deep-seated anger, yung galit ng mga tao. Yun yung tinarget nung campaign at na-transform nila yung galit na yun ng tao into votes on election day. Bakit kaya siya? Paano nangyari yung transformation na yun? Nagalit sila, naging na-transform into votes yung galit nilang yun. It was because the people's biases were at play. And these biases triggered the emotions of the people. At dahil emotions yung involved, nawala yung ability ng mga tao to think and act critically and rationally, and so they ended up sharing this information without much thinking just because their emotions are involved, and that sharing of this information lumaki ng lumaki hanggang sa eventually naka-influence siya ng resulta ng eleksyon. And that's what we call confirmation bias. Ito yung naniniwala lang tayo sa gusto nating paniwalaan dahil sa nararamdaman nating emosyon at dahil sa existing beliefs natin. And this is what we need to overcome in this fight against disinformation. So what should we do? Let us always check our emotions and our biases before we share anything. Kapag nakaramdam kayo ng intense na galit, intense na lungkot, intense na kasiyahan, kapag nakakita kayo ng impormasyon online, take time to stop and review your emotions, review your feelings, review your biases. Skepticism plays a huge role in this, na kahit na galing yung impormasyon sa taong hinahangaan mo, sa taong pinagkakatiwalaan mo, hindi mo pa rin readily paniniwalaan yon dahil pangungunahan ka ng skepticism mo na, wait lang, totoo ba to? Masyado akong sumaya dun sa impormasyon, baka naman this is too perfect, this is too good to be true. So, i-check mo muna kung totoo ba siya or hindi. Hindi mo agad siya i-share. And many fact checkers around the world already said this, na skepticism is actually the first step in preventing one's self from sharing false information and misleading information. And that first step is already a huge step towards our battle against disinformation. And really, another lesson here, and a very simple lesson here is that huwag tayong mag-share ng kahit ano unless we are sure it is true. Hindi dinedemand na i-fact check natin agad. Pero basta hindi tayo sigurado dun sa impormasyon, huwag nyo na munang i-share at huwag nyo na munang ipakalat unless after na-fact check nyo na nga siya. And a reminder for everyone din na yung pagpa-fact check ng disinformation or misinformation is just the first step of fact checking. Doing the research or fact-checking yourself, doing the debunking yourself is one thing, and that's a good thing already. But teaching others to do it themselves is another thing, and that's a big thing as well. So ang goal natin dito is mas maparami pa yung katulad natin na marunong ng basic fact-checking, and we can start doing this by simply sharing with others yung mga natutunan natin sa webinars like this one. And what we want is for everyone to get involved because in Verifiles, we believe that anybody can and should be a fact checker. And naniniwala ako na matutulungan kayo sa aspeto na yan ng video tutorial series nga namin na Promise Walang Lokohan, kung saan tinuro namin yung iba't ibang paraan para kayo mismo, mga tao mismo ay pwedeng mag-fact check at mag-verify ng impormasyon na i-encounter ninyo. And this was made in Filipino, so Filipino yung language niya, may subtitles in English, and meron din siyang subtitles in Cebuano and Ilocano. So please check them or watch them by visiting the learning corner of our website, verifiles.org, kung saan makikita ninyo yung iba pa ring educational resources na na-produce namin on fact-checking and social media verification. And you may also visit our YouTube channel nga, Verifiles, and please subscribe. And please also follow us on our socials, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn, hindi lang for resources on fact-checking, but also on your regular dose of fact-checks and fact sheets. So, kung may mga tanong po, later po sa Q&A. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Marinette, for that very educational. Sayang if we have more time, mas maganda yung may hands-on na makikita nila how to do the reverse search, how to use TinEye, how to use RevEye, and other tools at our disposal for fact-checking. But at this point, I'd like to commend the 147 participants who have stayed with us hanggang ngayon po for the past 4 hours or so. Ito na po for me, parang ito siguro ang isa sa pinaka-exciting na parte ng ating discussion today, lalo sa ating mga participants. I'd like to call Ms. Caroline Arguillas, the Editor-in-Chief of Minda News, to discuss covering the elections and beyond. Ma'am Carol. Baka si Ms. Carol ay...
Hold on. Teka lang.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead po.
Ano wala?
Habang nagre-ready si Miss Carol, pwede po tayo mag-stretching ng kaunti.
Yeah.
Baka masakit na ang inyong mga sa patagal na pagkakaupo.
Bigay mo muna yung results ng survey.
Ay, sige po. Let's let's give the result of the survey. Wait lang ha, I got the screenshot of that. Hold on. Ayan, so interesting. Tinanong po natin ang ating mga participants kung ano ang rating nila sa sarili nila in terms of media and information literacy. Wala pong nagbigay ng grado na 2 or grado ng 1. So majority of them, 51% said that they give themselves a grade of 4. Konti lang yung matapang na nagsabing perfect ang kanilang highest grade of 5. Only 15 out of our 148 participants. And 62 or 42% of our participants rated themselves a grade of 3. So at least wala namang bagsak, ano? Kumbaga lahat pasado for them. So, but there's always, of course, room for improvement pa rin. That's why we do this kind of trainings. Carol, if you're ready.
I think hindi ako host.
Teka lang. Kailangan niyatang gawing host si Ma'am Carol para makapag-share ng screen. Asan po kayo ngayon, ma'am?
Nasa...
Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. How come I can't find it? Hindi siya makita.
Ayan po.
Pero hindi yan eh. Wait lang. Hindi ko siya makita. Where are you?
Sa recent files, ma'am.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Tama? Can you see that? Nakita mo siya, Joy?
Wala
Opo, pero wala pa yung ano. Naka-share screen ka, ma'am.
Okay na?
Pero hindi pa lumalabas yung PowerPoint.
Oh, bakit? Oh, no. Hindi lang ha. Yan, makikita ba siya? Nakikita siya?
Sa akin wala.
Ang naka-pull up, ma'am, yung Apple Ink na screen.
Oo.
All contacts. I think you need to close that one, ma'am.
What will I close? Sorry. Anyway.
Share screen ka ulit, ma'am. Tapos piliin mo yung window ng iyong PowerPoint presentation.
Yan na? Kita ba?
Yan po.
Yan, yes.
Yan na po.
Okay po.
Pero wait lang. At hindi ko siya makita ang umpisa. Okay. Sige. Maayong hapon sa atong tanan. Taga Davao ko, taga Mindanao. Taga Mindanews. Gusto ko lang sabihin that covering the elections should not focus only on the campaign and the run-up to actual balloting and the proclamation of winners. These are definitely important, but it would really be a great leap forward if in covering the May 9, 2022 elections and future elections, we think beyond Election Day. That's why this presentation is titled Covering the Elections and Beyond, Transparency and Accountability of the Leaders You Elected. Also, I'd like to include the importance of mapping the political dynasties around us and political dynasties thrive not only in Mindanao but all over the country. I will attempt to touch on these issues in the time allotted. I know that everyone is tired, but let's go. Okay. Kita dinhi sa Mindanao, we are an island grouping composed of 27 provinces, 33 cities, 422 towns, and 10,084 barangays. No? Our voting population, among the islands, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, kita, diri sa Mindanao, are the second largest in terms of area, and we are the second vote richest. Although in terms of numbers, 23.9% lang ang ating population compared with the total nationwide. Ito yung 2016 na population natin, 2015 pala, 23. Okay. In the national consciousness, we are the country's war zone. Nationwide, we are home to the most number of communist guerrilla fronts, all the Moro liberation fronts, although peace agreements have been reached with the Moro National Liberation Front and Moro Islamic Liberation Front. We host the Abu Sayyaf, Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters, Maute Group, and some other groups that later allied with the ISIS or Islamic State. For some time, we were also host to military rebels. Poverty has been often cited as among the reasons behind the little and big wars in Mindanao. But that is just one of so many reasons. Think neglect, think corruption, think asserting right to self-determination, think injustice, and think of Mindanao's rich natural resources, gold, silver, copper, nickel, natural gas. We even have, as they say, uranium. We have rich fishing grounds, rich agricultural lands, etc. Nearly 5 years ago, on Monday, May 9, 2016, the country elected our 16th President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, the first Mindanaoan to lead the nation and the first to claim to have Moro roots. Duterte, like previous presidents, promised change. He promised to change the status quo. He vowed to push for a shift to federal system of government, but he is ending his term in 15 months and 4 days without seeing that system in place. He is being judged on the basis of his war on drugs, human rights, response to the pandemic, heavy reliance on the military, among other major issues. Is the most hated president for some and the most loved president for the others. On Monday, May 9, 2022, we will be electing President, Vice President, 12 senators, party list representatives, governors, vice governors, mayors, vice mayors, members of the legislature in the province, city, and towns, and the first regional election of 80 members of parliament of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, if that election will push through. At present, there are at least 7 bills in the 2 houses of Congress seeking the extension of the transition period of the BARM. It's supposed to end on June 30, 2022. The bills seek to reset the date of the election to May 12, 2025. Kasi hindi nga daw, kulang daw nga yung panahon. Between now and May 9 next year, 409 days na lang po. 409 days. A year from today, either mag-umpisa na or nag-umpisa na ang ang campaign for the local candidates. February po next year,
umpisa ng campaign for the national candidates. Less than 14 months to go na lang, election na po. At mga 6 months na lang din, or less than 6 months, until October, the filing of certificates of candidacy for the May 2022 elections. Okay. Pero, grabe na po ang election fever, di ba? Wala pang filing of certificates of candidacy, I'm sure marami na kayong mga nakikita mga tarpaulin at nagiging visible na in so many TV shows yung mga mukha ng mga re-electionists at saka yung mga gustong tumakbo for higher posts. Pero may malaking problema pa tayo, COVID-19, di ba? We are still under various levels of community quarantines. Ilan yung Joy ngayon? 9,000, almost 10,000 new cases nationwide.
Yeah, we have today 9,838 cases.
9,838.
And highest active cases today, 109,000.
That's likely 10,000 sobra because yung iba hindi pa nag-report, di ba?
Correct, that's correct, ma'am.
Most likely at least 10,000 cases in one day, new cases in one day. Think of the infection rate. So you can, 10,000 times how many ang mai-infect nito? Okay, in Mindanao naman, dahil sa COVID, maraming community papers ang nagsara. May mga radio stations din na nagsara. Dahil sa nangyari dun sa non-renewal ng franchise ng ABS, sarado po lahat ng regional stations ng ABS-CBN nationwide and of course in Mindanao. Alam po naman natin kung gaano ka-wide yung reach ng ABS-CBN sana. Pero wala na yan ngayon dahil hindi naman po lahat ay nakaka-access sa internet. At ang areas ng Mindanao, marami pang areas na very poor ang connectivity. So kahit na merong ABS is still there, nagre-report via the internet, hindi po halos ma-access ng many areas in Mindanao nga dahil sa poor connectivity. But while COVID-19 is changing our lives, is it going to change the way we choose our leaders? I do not mean here the actual balloting. I mean the way we decide on the leaders we would elect. Will we be more discerning than we were in 2016, in 2019, in 2013, in 2010, and previous elections? For us journalists covering the May 2022 polls, will be different from previous elections precisely because of the pandemic. Discussions on covering the elections as we used to cover them may not be applicable in the May 2022 polls. For now, that will be conducted. How that election will be conducted is still nebulous. Although, sabi ni Sir James Simenes ng COMELEC, it will be a quote, very different, close quote, election. Wala pang final form talaga yan, but yan po yung binanggit niya in previous PPI seminars. No? So we will need actually to make the necessary adjustments in coverage plans once everything is finalized. How do we, for example, cover the campaigns? Will it be face-to-face or yung sabi nilang walang face-to-face na recommendation? Will it be just social media? Will it just be the battle of tarpaulins along the highways? What about election day? But more importantly, after the elections and proclamations, what's next? Which brings me to the point I wish to bring out here. To this day, every election, meron po tayong training on covering the elections. And I'm sure PPI will also conduct one on this very different election in 2022. But after the elections, when the elected leaders start a new term of office, there are very few trainings on pushing for transparency, on making the elected accountable for every taxpayer's money spent. It would be best if PPI can schedule this training, rather this series of trainings, just before the elected leaders are sworn in on June 30, 2022. And while we await the final word on how the May 2022 polls will be conducted, there is so much work we can do. Journalists, students, citizens, even from within the confines of our offices and homes. I will cite only two because these are linked to other issues in our respective areas: the pandemic and the epidemic of political dynasties. How have our leaders responded to the crisis? Very quickly po, long before the national government suspended entry of passengers from China, yung dito, mayor po ng Samal City, Island Garden City of Samal, the city actually became the first Philippine city that suspended entry of group tour travels of mainland Chinese and other Asian nationals effective January 30, 2019. Kasi sabi ng mayor, proactive measure yon to protect our people from exposure to the much dreaded coronavirus, or NCOV pa ang tawag doon, naging COVID-19 na. So, Samal po is a tourist destination. Nandyan yung mga pearl farm, nandyan yung paradise, etc., etc. The mayor said that while they're promoting the city for tourism, the safety of our people is foremost. Pangalawa, gusto kong ibanggit itong Bayanihan Grant for cities and municipalities. Kasi ito po ay pera na binigay ng national government base doon sa batas na pinas ng Congress to allow the local government units to immediately address what was happening then last year, no? So ang Bayanihan Grant to cities and municipalities, equivalent po yan to 1 month internal revenue allotment share. Isang buwan. Ito naman pong isa, yung sa Bayanihan Grant to provinces, kasi they will just supplement the towns and the cities, kalahating buwan po na IRA ang matatanggap nila. Yung IRA, alam po natin, is based on the population and the land area of the local governments. Alam niyo po ba kung magkano ang natanggap ng inyong syudad, ng inyong munisipyo, at ng inyong probinsya galing dun sa perang binigay na tinatawag nilang Bayanihan Grant? Pwede nyo pong silipin actually, naka-indicate kung magkano per province, per city, per municipality dito sa DBM na website po. Kahit na i-google nyo lang yung Bayanihan Grant to cities and municipalities and Bayanihan Grant to provinces, makikita nyo po, madadownload nyo yung listahan ng areas ninyo and how much your areas received. The money was released April last year. The governors and mayors were supposed to post on their websites kung paano ginastos yung pera at hindi lang po sa website but also in three strategic areas in your locality. So hindi ko alam kung na-check ninyo kung estudyante po kayo at kung teacher din po kayo, sana maganda kung maging assignment, no? Interesting naman po kasi malalaman nyo kung saan pumunta yung pera. Kasi kailangan talagang malaman kung paano ba ginastos ng ating government officials yung pera kasi marami ding reklamo, di ba? So at least kung makita nyo yon, which is supposedly nasa websites po ng inyong LGU. Maganda din tingnan kung nag-post nga ba sila. Kasi yung iba po hindi talaga din nag-post. Okay. The other issue I want to focus on is yung mga binoto natin na leaders. Itong data na to hanggang 2019 but more or less give and take siguro ito pa rin yung either anak or relative ang sumunod na naging head ng LGU. Okay, itong sample po ng Camiguin, kung titingnan ninyo, you only see 2 family names. Gallardo was short-lived, Gallardo Antonieto. Ito yung post-EDSA, but he won only 3 terms at hindi na siya, gumraduate siya after 3 terms, hindi na siya nakabalik. Dominated na siya ng Romualdo. So that's the father, the son, and the apo. Dito naman sa Bukidnon, a few family names lang din. Kung titingnan niyo yung 3rd district, puro yan Zubiri, from Zubiri the father to Zubiri the son, another son, etc. So, dito naman sa kabila, Acosta, Fortich, yung mga Fortich medyo nawala na pero the Zubiris are still there. Lanao del Norte, this is Dimaporo country. So even before 1987, 1950s na yan, Dimaporo country na kumbaga. Ito naman Agusan del Sur, katulad ng Lanao del Norte, 1950s pa rin itong mga plaza, although yung nalong governor ay hindi na plaza last 2019. Dito naman sa Sarangani, it's a relatively new province, 1992 yung first election nila. Chongbian siya, Chongbian, and then pumasok yung Pacquiao dito as representative. Dominguez from 2004 to 3 terms lang din, and then to Chongbian siya uli. Of course, sa Zamboanga Sibugay, bagong relatively new province din, 2001 ang first election. This is Hofer country, Hofer Cabilao. Samplings na ito from the 6 regions of Mindanao. Okay. Dito naman sa Davao City, kung tingnan nyo yung sa mayor, once lang since isang term lang, from 1987, puro na siya Duterte, isang term lang na si De Guzman, Benjamin, who was the vice mayor of Rodrigo Duterte in 1995 to 1998. So Duterte left kasi gumraduate na siya, pumunta siya sa Congress for 1 term. And then sumunod na yung bumalik siya after 1 term, another 3 terms, and then yung anak na niya, nag-vice mayor siya sa kanyang anak, tapos ayun. In the other areas yan, Garcia pa rin since 1992. And then Lopez Nograles. Kasi Davao region yung pinag-uusapan natin, ipakita ko na rin sa inyo yung other provinces ng region. Ito yung Compostela Valley, of course, it's now known as Davao de Oro. This is the voting trend also. So, it's Uy, Hamora, Amatong. Sa Davao del Norte naman, Amatong bago Compostela Valley or what is now Davao de Oro was carved out of Davao del Norte. So Del Rosario, Antalan dito sa Samal. Basically the same family name, kukonti lang na family names ang makikita natin na binoboto taon-taon, every election. Sa Davao del Sur, ito yung same names din, no? Bautista, father, son, another son. And then, itong Davao Occidental, kung makita nyo yung Bautista dun sa 2nd District, because Davao Occidental was created, first election 2016, ito na yung, so it's still Bautista country. Ito yung dating 2nd District na naging Davao Occidental na ngayon. And then, sa Davao Oriental, ito lang din ang families na nakikita natin na elected almost every year. Okay. So gusto kong balikan yung sa vaccination kasi malapit na ang election, no? And there are fears that the vaccination against COVID-19 might be used in aid of election. Sana naman hindi, pero alam natin din na ang most of the vaccines that government is buying are arriving in the latter part of the 3rd quarter or the 4th quarter. So by then, nakafile na po ng certificates of candidacy. Kaya kailangan po talaga ng vigilance on the part of the citizens to ensure that the protocols and the priorities are followed. Alam naman po din natin na maraming nagreklamo, na maraming nakasingit na nagpabakuna na dapat hindi pa kasi dapat health workers ang priority. Diba? Alam nyo yung mga kwento na yan. Maganda sana kung ma-share din ninyo to a larger audience. No? Alam ba natin kung ilan sa health workers ang na-vaccinate at ilan sa health workers ang hindi na-vaccinate dahil may mga sumingit? No? Okay, so pagdating ng May 2022, tanungin natin sarili natin, sino ba ang ating iboboto sa May 2022? Is he or she a new candidate? Or is he or she the son, daughter, husband, wife, uncle, aunt, grandfather, grandmother, grandson, granddaughter of incumbent or previous officials? Diba? Tingnan natin ang ating sariling city. May mga taga Del Norte dito, may Del Sur, may other parts of the region. Itong pinakita ko sa inyo na tables, naka-publish na po yan sa Mindanao. Pwede nyo i-check yan as your guide. But it would really be helpful if you do your own mapping sa inyong mga lugar because ito ngang nakikita nyo ngayon, governors and mayors lang ito and representatives, hindi pa nga nakasali yung vice governors and vice mayors dito and councilors. You can imagine if you have a listing of this elected officials, no? Makikita natin gaano ka paulit-ulit lang itong mga the same families lang po ang ating binoboto every election. Okay. Itong 1987 Constitution po, I will end with this slide. The 1987 Constitution is supposed to ban political dynasties. Kasi nga, kailangan sana, di ba, equal access to opportunities for public service and prohibit political dynasties may be defined by law. But how can an anti-dynasty bill pass in a Congress dominated by dynasties? Medyo mahirap po, ano? So ito lang po gusto kong, by way of ending this, I'd like to say that covering an election does not mean covering only the run-up to the elections, the candidates, the campaign period, election day, and the oath-taking of officials on June 30, 2022. Democracy demands, at pinanggit na rin yan paulit-ulit kanina ni Dean Mora, that we, the citizens, including you, the students, exact accountability, that we push for transparency from day one of their administration until the end of their 3 or 6 years in office. Some of our elected officials deliver an annual state of the city address or state of the province address or state of the municipality address. Hindi lahat but merong mga mayors na gumagawa and governors na gumagawa nito. Pero ito po yung assessment nila of what they have done in a year. What about our assessment as citizens of what they have done and have not done, of what they promised during the campaign and what they delivered and did not deliver? Shouldn't we do that every year as well? Shouldn't we, before another election, assess what they have done or not done in their 3 years in office? What have they done for their constituents, for the sectors? For example, for the fisher folk, the farmers, the laborers? Diba kailangan mag-demand tayo? We need to push for transparency and exact accountability. After all, the leaders we elect are supposed to be our servants. Yun lang po. Daghang salamat.
Thank you, Carol, for that presentation. Ang mga una pong tanong sa ating group chat ay para sa iyo, ma'am. Ang tanong po, actually magkakasunod to at ipagtatahiin na lang po natin. Si Ms. Ellen Tordesillas raised the question meron bang matino na official from a dynasty? Kasi parang unfair naman daw to disqualify someone kaagad who is competent and upright just because he comes from a political dynasty. Tapos may comment si J. Alatraca from Ateneo de Davao kung ito ba ay pwede consider na dynasty of service.
Lahat naman po ng mga elected officials, yun po parating sinasabi. But klaro naman po kasi sa ating constitution na dapat may ban on political dynasties. It's not because, hindi naman po siguro dahil ano yung serbisyo nyo or what. It's really because we want to grant opportunity, equal opportunity for the others also to lead the LGUs. Hindi lang po siya dominate. At yung constitution po, ay constitution po yan, that's the highest law of the land. The only reason why that anti-dynasty bill has not passed is because of that reality nga na most of the people elected in Congress also come from dynasties. But should we end there? Tama yun, magandang tanong yun kung, diba? Pero kailangan pag-isipan din natin na nasa constitution yun. Hindi ibig sabihin na hindi yan natin ipaglaban din. Kasi nasa constitution nga yan.
Ms. Carol, correct me if I'm wrong, pero parang regardless of whether dynasty yung nakaupo o hindi, parang ang isa sa maigi na gauge natin is to look at how rich your politicians are and then look at how poor your provinces are.
Yes.
Pagbanggain natin yung dalawang data and doon natin makikita kung may nagbago ba talaga doon sa lugar ninyo o sa lugar natin at depende kung sino yung namumuno doon sa areas na yon.
Kasi may mga areas, totoo, may mga areas talaga na talagang ilang dekada nang na ninilbi as top leaders yung this political family but the area has not actually improved, no? So people are still married in poverty. So bakit ganon? So maraming mga tanong na ganyan.
Joyce?
Yes, Weng. Would you like to add to that?
I think another way of looking at it. May point yung tanong ni Ellen, ano? Pero I think yung anti-political dynasty provision, hindi niya sinasabi na porke nanggaling ka sa isang political dynasty, ay hindi ka na upright at hindi ka na honest or hindi ka competent. Ang sinasabi lang niya is that kailangan magkaroon ng check and balance. Kasi yung pag namatagal kang nasa pwesto and you have the resources of your office, of your town or your province, meron kang di ba, undue advantage dun sa magiging kalaban mo. So it's part of nililevel natin yung playing field para magkaroon ng opportunity yung iba na tumakbo. Hindi pwedeng yung monopoly of power for yun, alam mo yung generation after generation ay nakaluklok siya sa isang pamilya regardless of whether they are competent or they are upright. So hindi siya dapat tingnan na judgment siya agad dun sa mga membro ng isang political dynasty. Ang tinitiyak ng konstitusyon ay magkaroon ng fair elections. So yun yung At saka, let's admit it, kapag nilagay mo dyan yung isang tao at sobrang tagal na nila dyan sa pwesto, yung human tendency, I think yun yung safeguard na nilalagay ng mga framers ng constitution. And tingnan mo naman, yung dahilan lang ng bakit hindi maipasa yung batas already speaks of the need for that provision.
I'd like to throw this question to our resource speakers. Lately kasi pag nag-uusap kami mga magkakaibigan, ang isa sa constantly lumalabas na fear namin pagdating sa 2022 elections is that this pandemic will really benefit yung mga nakaupo. Ganun din ba ang tingin ninyo? Because people in times of crisis parang ang gusto nila lagi is yung continuity, yung kilala na nila, tried and tested. Plus, paano magka-campaign ngayon? Sino lang yung may access kung may social distancing restrictions tayo? Parang feeling lang namin lahat naka-healing, parang lopsided siya, heavily favored yung nakaupo ngayon. Across yan hindi lang national but also most especially siguro sa local. Anong tingin niyo doon?
If I could answer po. So, again, one thing po yung capability ng mga magiging candidates to campaign, and since kung ang pinag-usapan nga po natin ay mas magiging advantageous yun para sa mga nakaupo na ngayon, and that is definitely true dahil nasa kanila po yung resources, and lalo pa kung idadagdag yung usapin ng political dynasty na ito na nga yung nakasanayan ng mga tao, and baka wala pang mas lalong magtangka na lumaban dito sa mga taong meron ng anchor dun sa position at the same time nasa kanila pa or monopolized pa nila yung resources. And gusto ko lang din i-forward yung actually kanina lang may nagtanong sa akin family member na baka totoo ba na mako-continue pa yung election? Baka posibleng hindi na ma-cancel na siya because of the pandemic. And there is already this thought sa mga tao na kino-consider na nila na huwag ituloy yung election dahil dun sa pandemya, dun sa takot sa pandemya. And that already says something na baka i-favor nga nila kapag binigyan sila ng choice na huwag ituloy yung election, i-favor nila yon because of the ongoing pandemic. And that would definitely just favor yun pong mga nakaupo na ngayon, because that would mean na mapapahaba or may possibility na mapapahaba yung pag-upo nila sa pwesto. So yung definitely po, yung fear ng pandemic ay nandoon, Kaya din po, kung ipapasok ko yung usapin ng disinformation, it's very important that we involve ourselves in the fight against disinformation dahil pwedeng through these channels, through disinformation campaign, ma-forward lalo yung fear of the pandemic and thus ma-raise yung possibility na baka dapat wag na nating ituloy yung election because of the ongoing pandemic as an exception because of the ongoing crisis.
Thank you, Marinette. Would others like to comment on that? Si Jay Alatraca of Ateneo de Davao, in a parliamentary setup like Japan, yes, pag magaling ang leader nila, that leader will stay for years. As a democratic country, they let them run and let the people decide. O ano man, wala namang pipigil yata kung gusto nilang tumakbo. Meron pa po ba kayong comments or questions?
Joyce, yung usapin ng sa pandemic, yung mga tao, pag tingnan natin, bakit sila bumoboto sa isang kandidato? Kasi familiar yung pangalan, ito yung pakiramdam nila, pag na-hospital yung anak nila, pwede nilang puntahan para makatulong sa kanila. So ito yung dalawang pinaka matingkad, no, na basis bakit bumoboto yung mga tao. Hindi naman nila tinitingnan yung ano yung nakalagay sa konstitusyon, ano yung sinasabi rito na qualifications. So kaya naman pag tiningnan natin sino yung mga nananalo, ito yung mga kilala, may pangalan, artista, o kaya miyembro ng isang pamilya na dati na nilang kilala, na familiar na sa kanila yung apelyido. So sila yung madalas na nanalo. Tapos yung napupuntahan nila, yung tingin nila approachable at pwede nilang lapitan sa panahon ng kailangan nila ng tulong. Yung usapin ng qualifications, track record as a public official, hindi yun kung ikaw ay halimbawa ay ganito yung mga naging posisyon mo, matinong ka ba at nag-perform ka ba batay dun sa kung ano yung posisyon mo. Hindi yung iboboto ka dahil ikaw yung laging nagpo-post ng picture ng, So yung mga ganong klase, pag tinignan natin, i-apply natin ngayon sa pandemic, it's really already being used para sa pangangampanya. And kahit kami, kasi we do a lot of medical missions, etc. Alam mo, pag ganitong panahon na, nagsisimula na rin yung medical missions ng mga politiko. Naka-timing talaga yan, para pagdating ng eleksyon, at nag-isip yung mga tao kung sinong iboboto. Ang iboboto niya, sino yung nagdala ng doktor na nakagamot sa anak niya. Again, hindi sinasabi na porke matagal ka ng opisyal o bahagi ka ng isang malaking pamilya na matagal nang nasa pwesto ay hindi ka competent na leader. Ang pangangailangan, kaya dahil ni anti-political dynasty provision sa konstitusyon is dapat hindi makopo, hindi mamonopolize ng isang pamilya yung kapangyarihan sa isang lugar sa napakahabang panahon. So sana yun maintindihan kasi yung argument na magaling naman so despite being part of a political dynasty, add to that na hindi naman talaga natin nabubusisi yung performance, yung record. Sa maraming pagkakataon, yung lahat ng listahan na pinupost ng Mindanews or ng PCIJ or ng Vera Files, lahat ng mga datos na ina-upload natin, ewan ko lang kung ilan yung tumingin dyan at nag-analyze para maging batayan ng kung sino yung iboboto nila. So, yun yung of course, added complication ngayon that you have coronavirus.
Okay. I think at this point, wala na pong nagpadala ng questions. Comments na lang po yung nakita natin sa ating chat group. from Miss Ellen, sabi po niya si Congressman Mikey Arroyo raised the no election scenario. Pero sabi ni former Commissioner Lara Sabal, pwedeng magkumpol-kumpol sa Dolomite sa Manila Bay. Good for our well-being daw yan. Charot. Tapos ika-cancel ang election dahil sa... Yeah, sabi naman po ni James Simenes earlier interview, tuloy yung elections. I think they're eyeing longer voting hours, but within the day pa rin, not a 2-day voting period. So ayan, at this point, thank you sa lahat who stayed with us. I'd like to call Miss Carol Lee to deliver the closing remarks on behalf of Attorney Guts Heineke, the resident representative to the Philippines of the Hanns Seidel Foundation. Carol?
Okay, thank you, Joyce. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Caroline Lee, Program Officer of the Hanns Seidel Foundation. Our resident representative, Mr. Guts Heineke, extends his regards. He had wanted to, but he would be unable to stay and give the closing remarks, so I'll be doing it on his behalf. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been in the same video conferencing room for the past 3-4 hours this afternoon, listening to such a wealth of information and discussions about media and information literacy, especially in relation to voter education. And I must say, I have learned quite a lot, even as this is our 4th activity under this Scholastic Press Outreach program. In each activity, there are different questions that turn up, and the activity somehow evolves along the way. So while they may have the same topics and presentations and even speakers, each one has its unique points. Yesterday, for example, we had this poll on democracy, the results of which I find quite interesting. And we had that again today. So today we have 2 polls. And these are really neat and quick ways to feel the pulse, so to speak, of our participants, the youth. The majority gave our country's democracy a grade of average. And in response to being asked how media literate you are, or you consider yourself to be, the majority rated yourselves above average. Indeed, these provide quite a positive outlook and certainly is encouraging for our illustrious speakers today who have underlined the value of media literacy and how it contributes to the robustness and durability of a country's democracy, outlined the different ways by which the Commission on Elections ends up on the receiving end of attempts at casting doubt upon its integrity, possible reasons, and how it addresses these situations. Explain the vicious cycle the Filipinos are caught up in due to the absence of structural reforms that are deemed to be long overdue. The different ways by which information can be amplified and thrown in different angles, given different meanings, and different ways by which we can verify facts and information we come across. And of course, the importance of vigilance in elections and after. So that was such a lot of information in one afternoon. And as Ms. Rowena Paraan mentioned earlier, information is power. Now we are all empowered. So there are 2 words that will keep us from becoming simply just empowered libraries or information centers. And these 2 words are take action. So get involved in community and national activities and initiatives, observe current events, stay vigilant, be aware of the policies being passed, and question more. Understand what we need to be aware of and share that information. After being clarified on the role of intent, I relate mistakes in information to misinformation And that leaves disinformation and malinformation easier for me to comprehend and differentiate. So, and information needs to be verified. If you want to share, be sure. Now, actively take on the role of a citizen in society, because an active citizenry is essential in a working democracy. So with this, after having sat through this whole afternoon of activity, you are now better informed, better equipped, so have a higher chance of making informed decisions and sharing verified information. Now, briefly about the Hanns Seidel Foundation. The Hanns Seidel Foundation is a German foundation that has been working in the Philippines since 1979 with local organizations in building up democracy and good governance. Profound thanks to the Philippine Press Institute and the Pimentel Institute for Leadership and Governance, and of course, the Media Educators of Mindanao for this activity. Thank you very much for the support. We sincerely hope this has been very informative and educational for our participants, the students, the youth, and that they will make good use of this information and share it and with other people as well. So many thanks to Dr. Hemandi Mora of PUP, of Director James Simenes of COMELEC, Professor Edmund Tayao of the Ateneo School of Government, of Miss Rowena Paraan of ABS-CBN, Miss Marinette Retona of Verifiles, and of course, Miss Caroline Arguilas of Minda News. Thank you all very much. Just two requests from our side. If I can echo again what Ariel said earlier at the beginning, in fact, of this activity, please remember to like PPI and HSF on Facebook and PILG, of course. I'm not sure whether MEM, the Media Educators of Mindanao has one. So please look us up in Facebook, like us, so that you'll be kept up to date on the activities that we're holding. And another thing would be the request for you to please remember to take part in the online survey. So the results of this survey will be transmitted anonymously back to our head office and help us be able to demonstrate how we use the funds, and then hopefully with the positive response, we will be able to continue conducting more of these. So for this year, we will be having quite a number of sessions still, I believe around 6 more. And we look forward to supporting the further information, informing more youth and more students in the country. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. So yeah, just very quickly to close this session, I'd like to thank the Hanns Seidel Foundation, the Media Educators of Mindanao, the Pimentel Institute for Leadership and Governance, all our partners today who have attended our session. We have a long session today. Again, as Carol said, I'd like to ask our participants, please fill out the evaluation form. The link is in the chat group. And if you fill it up, that's the requirement for you to receive your e-certificate that you attended today's session. So ayun po, I'd like to leave you lang with 2 things. One, we are all entitled to our own opinion, but we're not entitled to our own facts. And number 2, if your mother tells you that she loves you, check it out. Huwag po tayong basta-basta naniniwala. Maraming salamat po and see you again. Like us on Facebook and thank you yet. Please like Hanns Seidel Foundation and Philippine Press Institute on Facebook, please. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Bye. Joyce, thank you. Maraming salamat. Very good.
Thank you po.
Bye-bye.
Thank you po. Goodbye.
Bye,
Thanks,
Jonah. Uy,
everyone.
kapatid. Bye.
Oh, ano?
Thank you po.
Masarap ba? Masarap ba?
Thank you, guys.
Oo na, kapatid. Mahaba-haba.